the microphone is on. Hey, Sarah Miles, why are you trying to ruin all my headlines? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh, we gotta take a round out of her. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Sarah. I'm just bugging you. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. And, yeah, I was looking around for all kinds of things today, and it's just really nothing really happening. It's depressing. I need fresh lava. I need, like, some volcano somewhere doing something that's going to show us some lava flow, like a La Palma kind, or like an Iceland kind, or even Etna kind. That would be good. But yeah, just not seeing a heck of a lot. And yeah, it's a volcano drought. No, Samaru's quiet too. It's really not that much. Friday morning there in Ozland. In Ozland, it's only Thursday here. You're in the future. Since you're there, Oz, get me the winning Lotto Max numbers for tomorrow night, for Friday night, please. You should have them a little sooner than I do, and that would be really nice. Ah, darn, if only it worked that way, huh? I could get rich. Anyway, welcome on board, everyone. Glad to have you all on here. And I forgot to write down who was first. I think it was Grandma B. She came in with an H. It was Grandma B who came in with an H. So I better write that down though, if my pen will work. Grandma B. There, I wrote it down. So let's. Yeah, Grandma B was first, so she gets cookies. Grandma B, yeah, she gets a whole bunch. We'll see how many we can throw out there. There we go. There's some cookies for Grandma B. Hi Doc, hi all. Number 30 in the likes. Welcome, Sharon Sturt. Anyway, welcome everyone. First off, hello to our wonderful moderators. Who I haven't seen yet, but I'm hoping they're all hiding, and some good ones in there, like Arizona Snowman hiding in the background, and Piggy, who should be sleeping because it's the middle of the night for her. Oh, she may have that thing tomorrow. Yeah, she's got the MRI tomorrow, so she's likely snoozing, so we may not see her, which is absolutely fine. She's got to get up early for that. So I was whispering the secret key oh, you were whispering the secret key to Grandma B, huh? All right, Sophie, we have now figured out who. What? I can't really see the screen well. Philomena, sorry that you can't see the screen really well right now. We are showing the Siggy Fisher, so hopefully your eyesight will improve in a little bit, and maybe you just rest your eyes for a bit, and you can come back in a little while and see if it gets a little better. Anyway, welcome to everyone. What? Don't beg for the big one, then I cry about it. Stefan, Yellowstone isn't going to do anything. It's not going to do anything for a long time. Definitely not. So I am not going to worry about that one. I'm not going to hold my breath, put it that way, waiting for it. It is going to take a little too long. Anyway, welcome to everyone. glad to have you all on board here. But I was saying hi to our moderators. I got to what I say? A piggy is sleeping. Yeah, and we got C&D Boy and Gary 24/7 Live. He's at Skies, as well as Joseph Fields and possibly Lucas Snow and. Yeah, Joseph and Lucas, and I don't know, there might be some others. Mona Lisa might be popping in once in a while, things like that. So it depends. We'll see. There are other moderators out there that we have. So who knows who's busy or who's not busy, but things can happen. Anyway, welcome to the mods, and if they're hiding, that's fine. And we'll say hi to everyone. So Grandma B gets the first hello because she got the cookies, of course. And I see DJ Puff the Third is here, as well as Kevin Haynes and Stefan Farrington, Henry Nelson, Sue Hayes, and Sophie and Philomena. And hoping Philomena's eyesight improves a little so she can see what's going on. Did I say Sophie? Yeah. Sarah Miles also here. Sharon Stewart is back. Welcome. Did I get Kevin Haynes already? I might have got Kevin Haynes already. Anyway, Oz is in the house, and Oz has got the winning lottery numbers. Hang on, Oz. Those are that's only 3 numbers. Are you playing a pick 3 or something? The Lotto Max numbers, we're gonna have 7 numbers there. Anyway, it's all good. Oh, let's see. We got Sarah, we got DJ. All right, going up a little bit more and looking for other wonderful people and that are in here that I haven't said hello to yet as I scroll up. And somebody taking a picture of the camera. I remember those. I don't think they know what they're really doing. Anyway, Billy Bob Joe also in the house. Welcome. And going up, and how come I don't see any more up in the top here? Lizoid is there. Welcome to Lizoid. So yeah, for some reason my chat box isn't as big as it used to be. If I did miss a whole bunch of you, I do say sorry, and please do jump in there, and I will be happy to say hi to you. If I did miss you, it was not intentional. Hi all, Ireland, and nice to meet you all. Stefan is from Ireland, and that's right near where Irish Monk lives, and he's over on the Doolin side, over on the west side of Ireland, so you might have seen him before. Let's see, yep, we call it Monkland, that's right, Irish Monkland. And Johnny Gonzalez just popped in. Gonzalez, welcome. And let's see, Louise is in Dublin. Oh, I didn't know that. So that's cool. And yeah, I don't know who else, where everybody else is. Lots of people. We've got people from all around the world, though. Oz, of course, being in Australia. And we've got Sue on the eastern side of Canada, in Nova Scotia, and whereas I'm out here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, in the west. And Sharon Stewart down in the Bay Area, down in California. And I have, Sophie is in Denmark. Okay. There we go. And let's see, where's some of the other people at? We know DJ, I think, is in England. In London or something like that. Kevin Haynes in Sudbury, Ontario, where it was snowing again. Oh, I hope it's not snowing there, Kevin. Let's see. Yeah, so Sophie always looks so cool. Yeah, she's trying to be impressive. Anyway, let's get to our volcano chatter and talk about volcanoes. So, things that are on the list. Yes, we did have a Chilean earthquake. That was a 6.3, and it did shake Chile a little bit. In some of those areas, let's see if we can actually bring the map up for that. They've also had some aftershocks. That one was off the coast a little bit though, so just to show you that a little bit, we will go over there, and there you can see where those are. There's South America, and right there is the 6.3, and that happened at 11:33 their time. 11.6 kilometers down, and had some aftershocks. 4.2 there from 13:55, and another 4.5 from 16:03. And when did that guy come in? 12:26 for that one. And I was kind of wondering, I was looking at the map and just trying to decipher where is the antipod for that one. And I think it might have been this quake over here. This one in Kayzayel, Russia. Kahaya, Russia, if I said it right. And that is right on the Mongolian border. And I think that might have been the antipod to this one. Not 100% sure, but that's kind of what I was thinking. There was something going on there. They are about equal distance above the equator there and below the equator here. And that would make it pretty much on the opposite side of the world. But anyway, we're not going to talk about quakes too much right off the bat here. We'll save that for later. And the other thing, of course, that was happening was we did have some activity there in Russia. I'm not going to worry about Russia for right now. That's up on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Nothing too severe there. It's Bezimiani did a few little burps, so that's all okay. And let's see. It's that man again. Yeah, I don't know. He's trying to. What's he looking at? The sky? He's trying to. He's a selfie impressionist. Yeah. Anyway, let's pause this wonderful video for now. That, of course, is a canned lava. And we'll turn that off, and we'll let's see. Oh, and for those who didn't see the hang on, that's not the right thing to bring up. This one was, and that is our secret volcano of the day. I'll let you guys ponder that for a little bit, since I did not see one fish in here yet. Anyway, that's a nice volcano, eh? I like that. Anyway, I will get back to him later. And let's put this back on something else. Actually, let's go over to Iceland. We'll see what they got happening over there to start things out. And we'll make that screen a little bit bigger so we can see the whole thing. Ooh, what is that? That's weirdish looking. How come we got a cloud over there? Is there fire or something over there, maybe? It's glowing weird colors. Strangeness, really weird. I don't know, aliens. Yeah, oh my God, water. Possibly something going on over there. Completely strange and odd. What if we back up a little bit? Can we see it from earlier? It might just be it. Okay, I see what it is. It's a raindrop on the camera lens. Never mind. So that explains it. It's been raining there for some reason, and that is. I was wondering. That looked awful weird, and that's how quickly some people can get disoriented by some of the water drops. You see something weird like that with that's the only drop on the screen. It can make things go. What's not a nice volcano? Uh, what's not a nice volcano? Most volcanoes, well, depending on where they are, most volcanoes are nice. Um, once there's no, yeah, the ones with no harm. Yeah, like the ones that we appreciate are ones like um, when we had Ragnar going and Siggy Fisher. Um, they don't cause any problems for people. Places like Cumbre Vieja and La Palma, well, that was a different story. I mean, it's a nice volcano, but it didn't do all that much as far as thrill people, having to evacuate 8,000 plus people and lose a bunch of buildings and stuff is not good. Anyway, back to track here. So we see some fresher snow up on the mountains. But there is definitely rain going on, and we can see that in Iceland there at the capital city of Reykjavik. And we'll put that back to live, and we'll go over to the next shot. This, of course, is the airport, and as you see the beam going by, you can see it is definitely raining there. If we go back and take a look about 10 hours ago, you can see the regional airport there in Keflavik. And hopefully that grass will start to turn green because it needs that rain. And need to wash everything out and get the stuff going and flowing again to make Mother Nature all happy. Let's make that one smaller and this one smaller and go over to the next one. And of course you can see through the steam the two radio towers there and some of the lights of Grindavik, and then of course the glow from Reykjavik in the background. So that is pretty awesome, and a UFO, and it's flashing signals at you. And DJ, it's for you. They're calling you. Anyway, steam plant, or the power generating plant. Let's go back about 10 hours so we can see what that looked like during the day. And there we go. That snow is definitely melting, and that is nice. And we definitely see the steam geyser continuing to do its thing, but with the rain definitely shortened visibility. We don't see much of Ragnar in the background there. So that's a little harder to see. And of course, there is our geothermal power plant. Very difficult to see some of that due to the raindrops. But nice to see the snow disappearing. Talk was driving that bus, you think? Is that why he was going so slow around that corner? Oh, all right. That is awesome. Anyway, let's put that one back on live, and we'll make that one smaller again, and we'll go to the next one. And I don't think we're going to see Katla today. It's going to be under the cloud work over there. It looks like they are actually getting snow over there. Rain right here, but snow over off in the distance. And that may be what it is, or a combination thereof. We are seeing some pretty windy stuff here. You can see in that pond that is developed right on the sidewalk. Pretty windy looking. So, yep, make sure you got your rocks in your socks if you're going to head out there and do your thing in the raincoats and everything else. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much there. And we'll probably see, probably see some earthquakes over here in the Katla region because of the rain. And yeah, that even got worse. That is not nice looking. So anyway, let's leave that one be. Let's go over to our harmonic tremor charts and see what we've got happening there. And as we can see already, downward trend. I'm going to refresh that real quick. Attack of the raindrops. I hate when they attack like that. And you know, Sarah, they come in big, large numbers. It's crazy sometimes how many of them there are. And some are bigger than others too. Downward trend for everything, basically. Our magmatic looks like it's heading down, our seismic heading down, and of course the tremor activity going down as well. We do see a few little spikes in there for Eruption. That of course is our wonderful Ragnar area, and that is what we've got cooking. Let's go down and take a look at the other ones here. I guess we'll see Grimsey first. There's the one for Grimsey, our more northernmost point. They are on the upper swing there, so magmatic on the rise, and seismic on the rise, as well as our tectonic. And we do see one larger quake indicated in there by that spike going up, so that's interesting. And let's go take a look at the one in Grindavik, reflecting basically the same thing as what we see there at Eruption for the most part. A little rougher looking, but still a downward trend, and pretty good indicator that, you know, everything there is kind of connected and moving. Grindavik, by the way, for those who don't know, is to the southwest of Eruption, and the other one we're going to look at here is Krusovik. Hi Leila, welcome, and hi Mona Alfano, welcome. And Krusovik is where is it? It's here somewhere. I was just trying to read the chat at the same time. I can't do two things at once. It's like trying to chew bubble gum and rub your belly or something. It doesn't work. Or walk backwards, I think, if that's what they call it. Grimsey was out of phase with the other ones yesterday too. Wonder if it happens often. Actually, it does, Sharon. It because it's way up north, it usually does differently. Looking at what we've got here, we do see the downward trend as well. For Krusovik to the northeast of our wonderful Ragnar area. But that is to be expected. So that kind of tells us it's the entire area that it's doing that. So pretty, well, not gonna say interesting, but I wish it was all going up rather than going down. I really am lava starved. I need a decent volcano to show. And yeah, you got it, DJ. Iceland, quiet again. And you know, everybody was so all hyped up about Askja popping, and I did say quite often that, you know, don't hold your breath on that one either, because it's done that to us before. It's definitely raised up in numbers and value and everything else. You know, they confirmed that there was 10 cubic kilometers of lava underneath the thing, and what did it do? It went away. And you know, my kind of explanation there is what I had mentioned before. If we get the plates shifting a little bit and things moving apart, and of course that is a divergent plate area. It's transverse or transform, but as well as a divergent. In other words, moving apart. As soon as you have magma in there, say magma is at, we'll call it the top of the chamber, and you pull it apart even 2 centimeters, what's going to happen? 2 centimeters apart, all of a sudden that magma over the entire 10 cubic kilometers is now down 5 or 10 meters. And what do you get? Well, you get crystallization at the top of that magma chamber, and that basically, concretes itself shut. So magma acts like grease. Well, yeah, to a degree, Henry. It acts like grease when it's fluidic, but as soon as you turn around and take that away from that hot surface, or the surface it's in contact with, and the remainder of the material on there is going to cool down a little bit, and it will crystallize and it will harden, and that makes a harder shell. So the next time it happens, it's going to need even more pressure to try to push up and through, right? And this is kind of where, I think when we do see an eruption at Askja, it's going to be a big bang. That's hypothetical, but that is what I feel is going to happen. I think we've had too much solidification underneath there. The magma rising and then decreasing, and magma rising and decreasing. It's done that a few times. And it could definitely do that, right? And, I think that's what it's going to take, is a little bit more power. What we need is those quakes to push the plates back together a little bit. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And let's, speaking of our quakes, let's go over there and have a look at our wonderful quakes. For today, we've got 45 quakes. And look at that. I was right about Katla. We do have a bigger one there. That rain probably caused that ice to slip. We'll see what that does in a minute. 1.37 in magnitude, 10 kilometers down, 1039 for that guy. And then we get up on the peninsula itself, 1532, we had a 0.54. 5.6 clicks down. There we've got a 0, 4.6 kilometers down, 1558. 0.8, 4.8 kilometers down, 1554. And a 1.07 surface area from 1533. And that's interesting. Don't know what would be over there that could actually fall, or are we in fact just seeing some surface quake? Let's see where that plate boundary is. The plate boundary is way over here, so doesn't make much sense why we would see a surface quake there or close to the surface. Don't see anything in Grindavik, nothing over at the airport, nothing in between. This, of course, is our Fragerlefjeld area. We do see a 0.79 at 3.8 kilometers down, and that is from 3:12 a.m. So that is encouraging. I like that. And here's where Ragnar is, of course, and that is the Siggy Fisher. So all good. Thank you for that thumbs up. Over here by Krusevik, we do see this guy, a 0.8, 6.5 kilometers down from 1:25 a.m. Sliding over a little bit more, we got a 0.56, 4.7 kilometers down, 8:25 a.m. Then we see this guy, 0.54, 5.8 kilometers down, 10:31, out in the middle of nowhere. And then here at the corner, the Hengelt area, as we call it, we do see a few of them from 10:14 to 0.45, 5.3 kilometers down, 0.6, 6.1 kilometers down from 1:43 in the morning, from 10:09 a.m. a 1.44, 4.9 kilometers down, and a 0.33, and that is 5.3 kilometers down from 6 a.m. And let's carry on, see what else we got here. Just zoom out a little bit just so we can see where we are in general. 0.03, 773 meters down from 7:37 a.m. Don't know what that's all about, but could be a lot of things there. It might be a hill slide or something. 0.7, 9.7 kilometers down from 2058. Getting over here, we see a 0.51, 5.8 kilometers down from 431, and right near Hekla, we do see this 0.59, 6.5 kilometers down from 1238, and that's Hekla there, that little green guy. And this one here, kind of in no man's land, at 2.2, 5.2 kilometers down, actually from yesterday at 23:35, and nothing over at Eyjafjallajökull, but there is a Katla, and we see this a 0.86, sorry, a 2.86, my bad, and that is 40 meters down. And what did I say about ice movement? That would be moving the ice. 10:14 was the time on that guy. And this one here, also a surface quake from 1311.67. 1.1, this one is 1.1 kilometers down from 1602. That might be at the bottom of the ice, and that's pretty thick ice there. It could be up to a kilometer and a quarter, so 1.25 or so kilometers thick. This 0.1, again, 1.1 kilometers down from 1754, and a 0, that is 200 meters down from 2105. So that is pretty good. And let's go up here a little bit. We don't see anything at Grimsvötn. We don't see anything at Bardabunga. We do have a very small 0.6, 1.8 kilometers down at 2141. And that is the only thing that we see at Askja. So yeah, not encouraging to say it's going to pop. Just north of Herdebreit, we do have about 6. We got one right on top of it. 4:05 a.m., 0.62, 3.1 kilometers down. 0.55, 5.4 kilometers down from 1320. And 1.3, 4.1 kilometers down from 1613. 0.66, 3.2 kilometers down from 1:33 in the morning. And 1.03, 7 kilometers down from 1549, or sorry, 5:49 a.m. My bad. 6:32 a.m. we had a 0.67 and 7.25 kilometers down for him. Zooming back out, we do see little groups here, and this is kind of weird that we're seeing groupings. It is a break time, so what I'm going to do is I'll stop right there. We know we went up to Herdebreit, and we'll get the stuff after Herdebreit. We'll go on with the rest of them. So we'll put you back onto the wonderful lava flows. No peeking at the secret volcano. We'll turn that off and turn this back on. You can watch these guys taking selfies of themselves while I'm taking a break. And we'll turn that little banner on so you know where it is. Siggy Fisher. And he's speaking a matrix. Uh-oh. There we go. Yeah, they are in the matrix. That is the entry porthole, the gateway. All they have to do is run out there and jump in. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Please do not go away. We got a lot more to come. And hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you're sitting on the outsides, peeking in and kind of lurking, if you feel that we've earned it, why don't you hit that subscribe button? And don't forget about the bell notification. On that note, I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. go. The microphone is back on. Hey, Frank McLeod, welcome and welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and of course, you're watching VolcanoX live stream. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin, and welcome Frank, and I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000, from Sharon Stewart. Thank you. Hey, Doc, Sophie, everybody else. Okay, cool, awesome. And anyway, let's stop our wonderful lava. I'm going to use my magic and stop it. There we go. I can freeze a volcano in mid-stream. Kind of like that. Anyway, let's get back over to the a map and see what else we've got for quakes north of Herdebreit. There we go. Onto the map we go, and looking in, and let's see what this little swarm is all about. 0.99 from 10:08 a.m. 7.1 kilometers down, up 1.57 in magnitude, and 9.8 clicks down. 11:26, 0.7 and 9.1 kilometers down from 11:46, 0.61, 8.7 kilometers down, 6:38 a.m. and a 0.71, 5.8 kilometers down from 10:16 a.m. Sliding up, looking for more. There we go. 0.83, 4.3 kilometers down from 9:57. Then we've got a 0.67, 2:08 a.m. and 2.3 kilometers down, and a 0.484, 1.8 kilometers down from 12:30. Late for lunch, and this guy here is 1.2 in magnitude, 1.1 kilometers down from 1946. That was a fine year, I think, wasn't it, Irish Monk? 6:06 a.m. we had a 0.12 and 4.6 kilometers down, and then we get out here by Grimsey, and there's our wonderful island of Grimsey. You can see they've got houses and an airport and everything in Grimsey International. Yeah. Talk Air flies into their lot. Up here we've got a 2.32. Let's see, who's been there? Sophie, you been there to Grimsey? That is cool. I didn't know that. Did you see anything nice there? Just wondering, I haven't gone there. Yep, okay, cool. Anyway, that 2.32, 12.2 kilometers down from 13:15, and yep, nope. 13:23 we had a 0.94, 10.9 kilometers down, and there's from 13:15 we had a 1.21, that's 2 kilometers down for him. And 1.4, 5.3 kilometers down from 15:36, and the last one here from 13:22, 1.23 in magnitude, and almost a surface quake, considering it's underwater, 135 meters down, and that is what we've got there. So that's the entirety of our earthquakes for our wonderful Iceland, and it should be all right. Let's see, what do we got? I'm trying to keep up here. I sold my cast to Piggy. Oh, what did you get for it? Oh, Piggy, is that where you sold off those non-fertile eggs from the bird? I was wondering where those went. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't have mentioned that they weren't fertile. He was expecting a bunch of canaries. No. Oh, let's keep cracking here and we'll get over to the next place. How much was the vet tax on it, Irish monk? Oh no, I wasn't talking about the new ones, Piggy. I was talking about the first batch. Um, anyway, oh, I wasn't supposed to say that either. Okay, never mind. Um, let's yeah, let's get on with this. A quick peek over at the Azores, and of course, not happening, nothing very much happening there. I'm going to refresh and make that a little bit bigger. Typically, we show this other stuff first. There's São Jorge or São Jorge Island, and that is where the camera is located. It's bad weather there, so really nothing to look at. And this is our little cove, and we don't even see any white water splashing. It's that poor weather, and it's unfortunate. So nothing on São Jorge itself. So the only quake that we had was actually over here on Terceira, and if we zoom in on that, that looked like it was right in the volcano, or right on the edge of the volcano anyway. Caldera, 8 hours ago, 1.8 in magnitude, and surface quake came in at 15:08 their time. So that's what we've got going on there, and that is not a heck of a lot. Anyway, we're zooming back out here just to kind of give you an idea where the Azores are. Some people are not familiar with that area. Right in the middle of the Atlantic, Portugal and Spain there, France there, England there, and the Irish monk over here waving at us from his side. There's Iceland, Greenland, and of course over here on this side we've got Sue at Cole Harbour waving back, and there's Newfoundland over there, and PEI and so on. So all cool, and that's where it is, right in the middle. And of course that is the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the East Azores Fault, and that goes all the way over here to the Strait of Gibraltar, or just about. Anyway, we'll leave that be, and we'll try the next one here, and we'll get over to Popocatépetl. Let me get on that screen and see what we can find there, make that bigger. Popocatépetl has been doing its thing, a few pops here and there. If we go back in time, we can see some of them, but it's pretty much steaming continuously, and it's kind of the way it is. It's been doing that for the last couple of days there, being fairly active. Here's one that was a pretty good blast. This one should show up here. This is at just after 4 p.m. their time, or 16:08. I will advance it 5 seconds at a time so we can expedite it a little bit. I didn't see any lava splashing out when that one popped. So very heavy tephra cloud though, with loaded with ash and gases and all kinds of good stuff in there, but don't breathe it. You don't want that. And I saw this online. Oh, you did you? That's cool. This is actually online. A little earlier we had this one. This was at 3:11, and that one was going too. That was a much smaller, and let's see. Then we did have another bigger one. This one was right around here, if I can get it lined up, and that was at about 2:27. And I wanted to see, I didn't see this one if it threw anything out. It didn't look like there was anything coming out. We do still see some snow on the side of the mountain there, so definitely doing its thing. Yeah, it didn't look like it threw anything out as far as lava is concerned, but a very, very dark plume this time around, and it may just be the way the sun is hitting that ash plume, but it does look very dark, and I don't know, that would be nasty to breathe anyway. And secondary plume, or eruption just right after, and maybe even a third one pushing out there. Yeah, it is too. So it's definitely popping, and I'd love to see, what's actually happening in that caldera, but unfortunately, it being so tall, it's hard for them to set up any kind of cameras or observation up top. Then again, we had another one. This one was around, I think, well, I thought there was one around noon as well. This one, yeah, again, you can see how dark that ash is. So there's a lot of stuff in there. Brush har piggy. Oh, okay. Just hiccups. Yeah, sometimes with a little bit of a spit up as well. We do see the occasional one. Looking at earlier here, here's another one, 12:30. That's the one that I actually seen earlier there. And then we go back. It was basically steaming for the most part, but we did have this one here. 9 minutes after. It was actually about 7 minutes after when I first looked at that, and you can kind of see it go. A genie in the bottle coming out. 8 minutes after. Sorry, I wrote down 7. Darn it. But that's close enough, and you can still see some snow on the side of Popocatépetl at the time. This volcano, of course, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City. So on a good clear day, we can see that. Thank you for keeping me sane. Irish Monk, that is a very kind gesture to throw in that wonderful super chat. And Irish Monk, thank you very kindly for your 20 euro super chat. And I'm glad that you are staying sane and relatively intact. We like that. And thank you very kindly for your support as well. Really do appreciate it there, Irish Monk. Moving back in time a little bit more, though, let's see what else. There was a couple little pops earlier. Let's see if we can get to this one. This wasn't quite as vigorous, 9:13 a.m. And that was pretty interesting looking, but nothing major. And this is another one of the small ones here at 8:34. And we really didn't have anything in the early morning hours that threw out any ash or any lava. This one here was pretty much at the morning hour here. You can see 6:49 a.m. is when that popped. And again, with it being well lit by the sun, you can see how dark and grayish that material is. And then we get to a little bit earlier. There we go. And that one was just before sunrise. And you can see how much snow was still on the volcano. And I'm glad it stopped snowing there. That is really weird. Let's see. Lazy, setting up cameras. Yeah, they do that. Thanks, Tom, for the 5-minute warning. And let's see if we can get over here a little bit. Yeah, and this is at 5:55. Didn't see any lava coming out. It's unfortunate, but yeah. Actually, Stefan, the thing is, that is a very dangerous place on the edge of that caldera to go up there. I would not want to do that myself. I'd really be hesitant on sneaking up there. Besides, when that lava comes out, sometimes it goes in all kinds of different directions. So very, very hard to see. Thank you, DJ, for renewing your membership. What? I'm insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Okay. well, we'll let you be that. Sanity is something that is some kind of a judgmental thing, I guess. I don't know who really judges that, but let's put that back to live. That's what it is right now from Popocatépetl. Unfortunately, this sun glow up here and the clouds are not allowing us to see Fuego very well. And Fuego, of course, down in Guatemala. Not going to waste too much time. It has continued to do its puffing, and it's very, very windy, and the camera was very shaky up there. Of course, the camera located over somewhere around 10,000 feet on the other mountain. It's pretty tough to have something not shake when the winds pick up there. But it did have multiple pops out of there, so definitely pretty normal activity really for Fuego in Guatemala. There you go. And I'm not sure which way. It looks like the wind was blowing everything off to the opposite side of the volcano there, so we couldn't see too much. That looks like we're actually looking kind of northwestish, but and then we had a few more pops in between there. Usual stuff, and then of course we got into those cloudy times. You can see the clouds starting to roll in and develop. 3 minutes, thank you, Piggy. Let's go to our next one. This was from last night yet. This is a Messiah volcano. And Messiah, of course, didn't show too well. There's the little arc of the lava that you can see down in the caldera. Going to refresh that. Hopefully not too much smoke. Horrible smoke. Very deep pit. That little arc would have been right down in here. This is a still picture, so you're not going to see a heck of a lot. I was going to go back and make these smaller here so we don't burn too much get up and go power for the computer. And then we've got this one, Santiaguito, which is a neighbor to Fuego. Santiaguito volcano in Guatemala, glowing avalanches and volcanic eruption from the lava dome continues. And of course, that is the picture that they show. I like that picture. That looks, it really does look like it's something out of prehistoric times. It really does. I'm waiting for the dinosaur to walk along, you know, that kind of thing. And there they show where it is located in Guatemala, not too far away from the other one. And I guess this is the national bird of, hang on. Oh, hang on. Is that Piggy's neighbor's bird? Piggy, is that your neighbor's a rooster? Anyway, let's not worry about that. Anyway, so that's what's happening there. So it did say the explosive eruption of the Poppet's coming. The eruption of the volcano continues at high levels, a visible nighttime glow, and near constant emissions of gas and water vapor, a so-called degassing, indicating the continuous rise of fresh viscous magma accumulating in the what is it, the caliente lava dome. Okay, pilling lava material makes the dome partially prone to collapse. So we'll see what happens with that. And that is awesome. It is time for a break though. And we will put you back on the canned lava from this one here. And of course, that is our wonderful Siggy Fisher there in Meridalia Valley. And that is in Gelding, well, not Gelding Gadarla, but Frankadal Fjeld area. And welcome, Todd Milburn. And where are you from, Todd? Just real quick, whereabouts? Curious, always curious about where people come from. when they're watching the stream. Anyway, I'm about to go to have a little bit of a break. What is that? Minnesota? Is that where that is? Or Michigan? Or someplace? Anyway, for those good people who are here, please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, and we do encourage you to subscribe and make sure you hit that bell notification. And yes, Piggy, I noticed that, and keep your eyes polished, or the snout polished. There you go. On that note, I am going to go take a break. After the break, we will come back with bacon seeds and the secret volcano. And yep, the boots are on. Excellent. Don't go away, everyone. I am going to take a break. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And here comes some music. that microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for joining in, and welcome back to all of you. It is time to go do some bacon seeds right away. First, thank you to Barbara, Dutch Dinklestorm Chaser, Dutch Weather, for gifting that one membership, and Addie Ace got it, and then also for her $2 a €2 super chat, and also thank you Piggy for that wonderful €2 super chat as well. Very kind of both of you, and all of you, just wonderful support. Appreciate that, and that is awesome to see. Okay, so we will do the bacon seeds, and then what we will do is the a wonderful welcome back, Danny Fox. Thanks. I see KC got in as well. Welcome, Kananaskis Country. Thank you. And thank you, Piggy. And wow, everybody's all over the place here. And thank you, Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. From Sharon Stewart. And let's see, I think I got everybody there for right now. Yeah, we're going to do the secret volcano, and then of course we are going to do we're going to watch a video of some sort here. I have one lined up for today. I can't even remember what the heck it was called. Had something to do with earthquakes and volcanoes. Go figure, eh? How about earthquakes shaking up Central America? That would be fitting, considering we've got a bunch of that going on. So we'll talk about subduction in there, and the transform fault, as well as all kinds of different little things. Shallow crustal plate earthquakes. So very cool stuff. NSK was gifted. Oh wow! Irish Monk throws in a 5-pack of memberships. Very cool. Irish Monk gifted 5 memberships, and so far we see NSK got 1, and that is cool. And we'll see who else gets the other ones. That is awesome. Yeah, well, subduction and all kinds of things there, Sarah. We'll take a look at it in a bit. But let's get over and do the bacon seeds first. I think that is most important. And we'll see what Piggy has sent us today. And yeah, I haven't seen Ennis for a couple of days here. Hopefully Ennis is still happening. And there's our last one from yesterday, and of course Piggy sent us some new ones, and yeah, this one of course was letting us know exactly how he or she felt, and that is all good. So we gotta love it. And there's a Piggy sitting there. I hope she's got a padded seat while she's doing that. Anyway, let's see. Yep, there's the first bacon seed of today, and it looks like a ginger-colored bacon seed, and he looks like he's ready to run and jump or do something. I have no idea what he's up to, but looking pretty good. And let's see, our next one. It's a pointer pig. Yep, he's pointing at the camera as he's spotted something. Michael Olson, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. Here's our next little piggy, and that one is smiling, looking upward at the sunshine, and that is nice. A wonderful day. Spring is in the air. Yep, and you gotta love it. And that is a nice looking little bacon seed. Next bacon seed is this guy, and he's frolicking out in the grass, enjoying himself, ears up and ready to go, and smiling. And Gotta like it when you see the animals smile. They are awesome. Anyway, we gotta keep going here. So, I love his ears like radar. Yep, they're awesome. I do like that. They're way up there. And here's the next one. That shot was a little small, but I didn't want to make it too large and blow it all out. Anyway, that looked cute. There's a couple of them. They too are in the clover field enjoying themselves, and they got their ears up too, listening for all kinds of things. But I'm surprised they're snuggly like that in the clover field. They got so much space there. It's pretty awesome. Anyway, next bacon seeds are these ones, and they are in the great outdoors too, and they're enjoying themselves. You can see those smiles on their faces, and of course listening attentively to their surroundings. That is awesome. And yep, ears up, and I gotta listen. Out on a truffle hunt. That's what I'm thinking they're doing. They are likely hunting truffles. Right now they're listening for the truffles and to see if they hear anything. Anyway. Oh, if you're not in the forest, does a truffle make a sound? Anyway, here's our next batch of bacon seeds. These guys are not truffle hunting, but they do have smiles on their faces. And they're getting a little bit bigger than just little seeds, though. That is pretty awesome. And the next one is this guy, and looks like he's just finished slopping or something. I think he needs a hogwash. And that is pretty cool and awesome. His ears are up too. Feel free to bop that thumbs up, yep, and subscribe. Anyway, that is awesome. Hogwash, and there you go. And one more bacon seed to go, and then we will go over to our wonderful volcano. I wanted to buy one. They are so cute and cuddly. And you know what, Barbara? You can get the mini pigs. They're just like keeping a dog or cat. It's the same kind of thing. You can house train them. When I saw that one, I heard you saying a hogwash in my head. Oh, yep, he definitely needs a hogwash. There you go. Last bacon seed for today is these guys. And I'm wondering what they're saying is, it smells like humans. Human hand. Yep, humans. Those are humans. I have a space for 10 of them in my yard. Wow. Barbara, that's a lot. Are you sure you want to get 10 and not just one little cuddly one? And make sure you get a little a mini one. Otherwise, yeah, is this edible? Yeah. You got to be careful with some of the wild pigs. I do want to forewarn people. I mean, I come from a farm background, so I'm new to this chat. As I'm being an Irishman, I am the only one thinking that's thinking breakfast. Sorry if I offend. Well, Stefan, you know, we don't really take offense to that in a way, but you know, the whole thing behind pigs eat people. I saw the movie Irish Monk. I think I might have seen that one too. Stefan, the place we got the bacon seeds from really is when you watch lava go down the side of a volcano. It looks like bacon. And of course, where do you get bacon from? And you get bacon from bacon seeds, right? And watch out, piggy just bit you in the knee. Way to go, piggy. But yeah, it is what it is. Oz says, Piggy, you can get the right side of the bed, babe. Yeah, there you go. And that is awesome. That is awesome. Anyway, let's go back over to see our secret volcano. Hang on, that lava restarts automatically. I want to stop that. So for those good people who are here, I don't know who all is in, but that is the secret volcano of today. And basically, I'm letting, oh, and we can get rid of that Siggy Fisher thing on there. Hang on, and there we go. That's the thumbnail I used for today. And of course, that is a volcano. And it is on planet Earth, so that's your first hint. It is erupting. Yep, it's erupting. That is another hint. Well, it's not erupting right now. No. Well, hang on. Do we consider... oh, that would be too much of a hint. No, it's not Stromboli. Definitely not. And let's give more of a hint. It is not in the European area. Okay. No way it's a volcano. It's a sparkler. Sparkler. No, it's not people cattle. I know what you mean. It's not Popocatépetl. Sorry. Popocatépetl. Robert Abutin. No, that's not what it is. It is not Popocatépetl, and that is definitely not. I will give you the hint. Not last year's snow volcano. No, it's not. Although it has similar features, it is not. No, it is not Merapi. I will tell you this, though. It is within the Ring of Fire. Okay, so that's a pretty big hint. That only gives you about 1,000 to choose from. Narrows it right down. No, that's not Kilauea, even though you spelt it wrong, or same as Piggy spelling Merapi wrong. Fireworks gone bad from Tricky Docks. No, C&D boy. No, not Krakatoa either. And there we go. So far, not batting 100 here. Okay, I'll give you more of a hint. It is in the southern hemisphere. That means it's below the equator. It's in the southern hemisphere. Yeah, it's okay, Barbara, and we're not. This is not a spelling bee. We try to decipher most of it. Is it what is it? Sack your dreamer? No, I'm not sure which one you're actually referring to. Irish monk. What's wrong with Barbara's wonderful Dinkle Storm Chaser Dutch Weather Barbara name? No, not Mount Doom either. I don't know the name, but is it in Mexico? No, it's south of the equator, so definitely not in Mexico. It's not Krakatoa either. No. Okay, I'm going to give you more of a hint. It is not in South America. Okay. So that now narrows it down and splits up the southern hemisphere a whole bunch. The Ring of Fire was already mentioned. So we now know that it has to be over in either the Philippines or maybe Thailand or Indonesia or Vanuatu or some of those places, or Papua New Guinea, in that general area of the world. So keep on guessing. See if somebody gets it. No, not Erebus. Rania. No, Rangia. Jani. Not Ranjani. No, nope, nope. Okay, I'm going to give you another hint. It is very, very close. Irish Monk and Nickel Storm Chaser, what? Barbara, you can call me the police. Oh, no, it's not in Japan. It's south of the equator. Japan has a name, but I can't spell it. Don't worry about it. It's not in Japan. I'm going to give you the closest active volcano to this one. And the closest active volcano to this one is Semeru. Semeru is the closest active volcano to this particular one. Vanuatu, Ahmad, French. No, not Vanuatu, Ahmad, French. No, it's not Merapi. No. Everybody's checking their volcano map, trying to figure out which one it is. All right, you guys have guessed long enough, and I am going to give you the name. No, it's not Ibu. It's Broma. Broma. Let me put that on the map for you and give you a good show of where it actually is located, and that will help you out a whole bunch. And we will zoom in here, and let's see. Why is my map not working? I have to refresh my map. Geez, that's only a 500 to choose from. Yeah, it was. I know it was a lucky guessing. Let me show you where it is, and it's actually basically yellow right now. No, Piggy, it's Broma. It's called Broma. And here's the map. There is Semeru right there, and if we zoom in, there's Broma. Broma volcano, East Java, Indonesia. And it is actually active. I never pay lecturers. Oh, that's awesome, Irish Monk. Sorry, it's normally pudding, a sausage, and radish for breakfast plus eggs. I'm not trying to offend when we live on an island, and this is how we survive at the famine. Yeah, not a worry. Anyway, so there's Semeru, and there's Broma, and that is the volcano we are looking at, Broma. And there you can see it's a wonderful caldera right there, and that is what we were showing. So Broma is the volcano, and I'm glad I stumped all of you, and there you can see it. And of course, now that you're looking at it, you can actually see the back area there. You can kind of tell. So I'm pretty good. Anyway, that's all good and real cool. Sue said Broma was close enough. What? Sue said Broma was where did Sue say that? I didn't see Sue say that. I said, oh, you said that? Oh, you did. I missed it. Sorry. I guess Sue gets the cookies. So I will give Sue the cookies. And I missed that again, Sue. It got, the stream must have been moving a little faster there. And there we go. I was working out in the garden. Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, and that was pretty good though. I'm glad though that we were able to show you guys where that is actually located. And Broma is the volcano of the day, and this, of course, is a pretty nice shot. Set it right after you can call the police. Oh, I missed that part. Oh, I was looking at so many things there. Oh yeah, she did too. Right there, I see it. So, oh, and yeah, I missed it because I got Barbara's comment there after that with the Japan, but you can't spell the name. Okay, no worries. But yeah, that's what it is. So all good. Now I did have one of those learning videos. Irish monk, I'm not lecturing. Here comes the video. I am going to go take a break, you guys, while this video plays. And this is all about the Central American region of our wonderful world here. And of course, subduction zones, transform faults, and shallow crustal plates. As you can see, they're intraplates, as they call it. So we'll let that play. I'm going to go take a break. I'll shut the microphone off, turn the volume up, and hopefully you guys will all enjoy that. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Well, it's 9 minutes and 27 seconds for the video. And it's not bad volume, so you shouldn't have to change the volume too much. I will be, thanks everyone for calling my answer to Doc's attention. Yeah, Sue, sorry, I missed it completely, and sometimes it's hard to see when there's the chat moving. Anyway, here comes the video, and I'll be back after this.
Central America lies along an eastern segment of the seismically and volcanically active Circum-Pacific Ring of Fire. The North American plate moves west-southwest with respect to the Caribbean plate along the Motagua, Swan Island's left lateral transform plate boundary. On the west, the Cocos plate subducts beneath the Caribbean plate, producing hundreds of earthquakes every year and stunning volcanoes that loom over the region. Nearly 50 million people are concentrated along this fertile volcanic belt where, over the past century, transform faults and shallow intraplate earthquakes have had more human impact than have subduction zone earthquakes. To understand why, let's first examine earthquakes in the Cocos Caribbean subduction zone. Since 1970, there have been 13 major magnitude 7 earthquakes on or near the megathrust plate boundary, but there have been no great events of magnitude 8 or larger since 1900. In cross-section, we see that shallow earthquakes occur along and inland from the plate boundary, while deeper earthquakes occur only within the Cocos plate. Major earthquakes generally occur along the plate boundary at depths of 20 kilometers to 60 kilometers. Ground shaking is strongly controlled by distance of an earthquake from an observing location. A magnitude 7.4 earthquake occurring offshore at 20 kilometers depth will cause very strong shaking at the coast, but only light shaking along the volcanic arc where population centers are located. The same magnitude 7.4 earthquake occurring beneath the coast at 60 kilometers depth will also cause very strong shaking at the coast, but the intensity will decrease to moderate shaking along the populated volcanic arc. In 2001, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake occurred offshore of El Salvador. Extension in the upper part of the Cocos plate where it bends resulted in a normal fault rupture that propagated from 54 kilometers deep upward with maximum displacement of over 5 meters at about 35 kilometers depth. Strong to very strong ground shaking affected the rugged topography, inducing thousands of landslides that caused most of the 844 fatalities. In a typical tsunami-generating megathrust earthquake, rupture occurs at 3 to 4 kilometers per second, producing seismic waves and resulting ground motion with a range of frequencies, including short-period oscillations that people feel. This ground shaking is nature's warning to move quickly away from shore to high ground in anticipation of a tsunami. In 1972, Hiro Kanamori proposed the term tsunami earthquake for a megathrust earthquake that ruptures slowly and smoothly along the boundary at 1 to 1.5 kilometers per second, less than half the normal rupture velocity. So it radiates less energy in short period seismic waves and more energy in longer period waves that people might not feel. On September 1st, 1992, at about 7 p.m. local time, an earthquake off the coast of Nicaragua initiated at 45 kilometers depth on the subduction plate boundary. Some coastal residents felt weak ground shaking, but not strong and prolonged shaking that would have been taken as the natural tsunami warning. Within 30 minutes of the earthquake, a tsunami with run-ups reaching almost 10 meters struck the coast. Although initial earthquake magnitude based on short-period seismic waves was only a magnitude 6.8, subsequent analysis of broadband records revealed a maximum fault displacement of 4 meters and a moment magnitude of 7.7. This event confirmed Kanamori's tsunami earthquake hypothesis, and it motivates combining GPS and seismic observations to provide more accurate and rapid tsunami warnings. The Motagua Fault of Guatemala forms the on-land segment of the North American Caribbean Transform Plate boundary. At 3:03 a.m. local time on February 4, 1976, a major earthquake with moment magnitude of 7.5 initiated at 5 kilometers depth beneath the epicenter near Los Amates and ruptured 60 kilometers eastward and 170 kilometers westward along the Motagua Fault. The 230-kilometer ground rupture was the longest in the Western Hemisphere since the 1906 San Francisco earthquake. Along the rupture zone, very strong to violent ground motion was amplified in areas underlain by young volcanic ash deposits. Offset of features, such as chalk lines on soccer fields, rail lines, and roads, verified left lateral displacement. Over 3 meters of offset on the fault occurred 30 kilometers northeast of Guatemala City. Earthquake-induced landslides occurred on steep valley walls, including within Guatemala City. The impact of the earthquake was staggering. Houses with adobe block walls collapsed on sleeping residents. This scene shows adobe houses reduced to rubble, while the steel-reinforced concrete block school buildings with corrugated roofs were essentially undamaged. Widespread damage of transportation systems hampered recovery efforts. Normal fault displacement also occurred on the Mixco Fault in the western suburbs of Guatemala City. Basin and range-style crustal extension south of the Motagua Fault causes normal faulting that also poses local earthquake hazards. The Nicaragua Depression is a topographic valley along the volcanic arc through much of northern Central America. Detailed analysis of shallow subduction zone earthquakes and recent GPS observations indicate that a four-arc sliver of the Caribbean plate between the Middle America Trench and the volcanic arc is moving northwest, parallel to the trench at a rate of 1.4 centimeters per year. Shallow crustal earthquakes have resulted in disasters for population centers located along the Nicaragua Depression. Some strike-slip earthquakes along the volcanic arc have resulted from right lateral faulting on northwest-southeast-oriented strike-slip faults that accommodate northwest transport of the four-arc sliver. An example of this was the February 13, 2001 magnitude 6.6 event on the El Salvador Fault. 3 decades earlier and 360 kilometers southwest, a magnitude 6.2 earthquake struck just after midnight, rupturing the ground surface along faults that ran directly through central Managua. Ground displacements provide clear evidence for left lateral offset of multiple northeast-southwest-oriented strike-slip faults during this earthquake. The majority of wood frame and adobe or poorly reinforced masonry buildings were heavily damaged or destroyed by the 10 seconds of very strong to violent ground shaking. In a scene reminiscent of San Francisco in 1906, fires burned for days because firefighting equipment was destroyed in collapsed firehouses and roads were covered in rubble. For fear of epidemic disease, portions of the city were turned into mass graveyards. But how do the northeast-southwest-oriented left lateral strike-slip faults relate to the four-arc sliver? Let's examine textbooks tilting on a bookshelf. As the books tilt, the faults between the books are offset in a left lateral sense. In a similar fashion, left lateral strike-slip faulting between rotating crustal blocks in the Nicaragua Depression can accommodate coastwise transport of the four-arc sliver. While transform fault and shallow crustal intraplate earthquakes have dominated the recent history of deadly and destructive earthquakes in Central America, we should never underestimate the potential destructive power of subduction zone earthquakes. The Sumatra 2004 and Japan 2011 magnitude 9 earthquakes and resulting tsunamis delivered the lesson that many centuries may pass between great subduction zone earthquakes. We don't know whether or when a great magnitude 8 or 9 subduction zone earthquake may occur on the Cocos-Caribbean plate boundary. What we do know is that Central America is one of the most vulnerable and highest risk areas in the world for earthquakes. Advancing emergency management and improving earthquake resilience of buildings and infrastructure are vitally important to minimize the impact of future earthquakes.
Okay, I've got that microphone back on. I'm not going to play the other song, but just hope that you guys enjoyed that. And what is Sue Hayes? I met a penguin today. Oh, you met a penguin today? Oh, that is awesome. So yeah, that is nice to be able to see some of these videos that we've got. And of course this one, that is brought to you by IRIS, or as they are now called, EarthScope Consortium. And it is basically, we do have permission from them in writing to show these videos. They are basically an educational video, and that gives you a little bit of insight into what we've got going on there, and hopefully you get something out of it. You know, I thought it was a kind of a neat a scenario to be able to see some of that, especially in Central America. A lot of people don't quite understand what is going on there. And it does give you some insights as to what the scoop is as far as everything is going on. So it gives you a little bit of history and, you know, what the actual stuff is that happens there with the faults and the boundaries and subduction and the rest of it. So it's pretty awesome. And I thought it'd be nice to, you know, share it with you guys, and I hope you guys enjoyed that. And of course, because we do have written permission to show all of their material and the educational stuff, we are going to continue with having hopefully one video a day in there till we run out. So that is pretty cool. I was in Galway and not Antarctica. I was delivering a fish. Oh, Irish monk. Okay. Yeah. And that, yeah, you need to have that space in between there if you want to get it to highlight. And thank you, Sharon Stewart. I see that you did hear me. I'm just gonna leave it as that. Anyway, I thought it was kind of neat to be able to see these videos. So, you know, it did take a little bit of time, but Scott, the guy that is in charge of their what was his title there? Communications coordinator. He did give me that permission in writing. So. I think it's awesome that we can do this and show people some of the things that do happen. And I think, you know, for the short videos like this, most of them are under 10 minutes. And it is great to be able to see that. If anyone wants to go see it on their own, I will paste the link, and there it is. And again, it is the Earth Scope Consortium that provides those. So that should be good. Irish monk, who's shouting at who? Oh boy. Yeah, if you put all caps, that's shouting. Anyway, let's carry on with other volcanoes that we have around the world and see what else we've got cooking. So let's see where we're going to go next. I think we are going to see something that has a hat on it. And we'll take a look at that next. Let me just get back to this one though. I want to let's move that over. There we go. There's the hat on Merapi. And let's see if I can go fix my other screen up here. Got to make that a little smaller. There we go. And that'll work. We'll go back to that one later, though, to give you a report. Okay, I'm just looking at my scenes there. Sorry, talking to myself. Yeah, I hope everyone did enjoy that video. That was kind of an interesting subject there. Anyway, Merapi has a wonderful lenticular cloud wrapping itself around. So Merapi got rapid, and that is pretty cool. And of course, if we go back a little bit, you can see it was a little heavier earlier. And there you can see that. If we go and change that screen a little bit, we can see, oh no, not that one, how about this one? And there you can see it a little bit better. And that is pretty cool and pretty awesome. Let's see if we can go back in time a little bit. They did have some cloud cover, so it was pretty hard to see. That is really wrapped up in a lenticular cloud right there. That looks awesome, but it doesn't do a darn thing for us view-wise. And let's see if we can see some lava going back in time a little bit. We do see that horrific glow, but they kind of showed it from the different angles here. Looks like a star there, and you can see the formation of that lenticular cloud already at 2:28 in the morning. And you can definitely see that rolling down. Kim Raudenbush and Dr. Fox talking to yourself. Well, as long as you don't hear someone answering you or answering you're okay. Actually, I do hear people answering me on occasion. That really does worry me, Kim. It honestly, it does. It's kind of a freaky. Let's go back a little bit earlier here, and we do actually see some bacon sliding down the hill, and there you go. You can see some of that wonderful lava coming out of Merapi, and that is to keep us all happy, and love seeing the bacon flow. And I'm advancing it 5 seconds at a time so we can see a little bit more of that. And it's been coming in pulses, very, very cool. And we do see it coming down the hill. And of course, it's really fanned out down on the bottom. Unfortunately, he's got that big logo there, so it's really hard to tell. But it has really fanned out in that area and put down a very heavy, a new layer of volcanic, effusive of lava, basically, as it comes down, and it cools off in place and becomes just stuck there. So, as I was mentioning before, this lava, if we don't have enough flowing through the channels that it's carved out, what it will do is start filling those channels. Some of those channels, though, are quite deep. And when we look at this area right in here as an example, that's probably 40, 50 meters in depth. So those are pretty deep channels that lava has carved out over time. And that is pretty cool to see. Let's see if we can go back a little bit more here. This is another one a little further back at 1:04 a.m. and that was pretty awesome looking too. So definitely some bacon coming down the hill, and if I advance it you can see it moving along fairly swiftly. And if we go back a little bit further in time, we did have some cloud problems, but here's another pop that happened at 17 minutes after midnight at their time. And of course you can see that is quite a bit of lava coming out. If we go back to the other view of the whole screen so you can see the other cameras as well, you can see it on the bottom left hand side here, how much it glows under just the black and white earth IR light. And it really does make it look a little bit different. So pretty awesome. Anyway, yeah, that's what we've got happening there, and it does look pretty awesome to see the bacon flowing down the hill. So really cool. And earlier than that, we did have some problems with cloud issues. Here we go to this point, and it looks kind of cool to see that all lit up top. This was at 2351, and a lot of lava coming out again, and you can also see it taking some other paths. So you know there are the occasional lava bombs coming out of there as well that are being thrown out. And that's not a place you want to be, is up top there. So watch out for flying debris if you're at Merapi, because it will not make you happy if you get hit. Anyway, that is of course in central Java, Indonesia. And that looks pretty awesome to be able to see that. And again, if we go back to the other shot here, you can see how bright that is on the IR camera. And it shows a little bit more better to see how far that is progressing down the hill. So pretty wild to see that. And yep, Merapi will not make you happy if you're close by. And otherwise, if you're within camera range though with a long lens, it's a spectacular sight. I wish I was there, and that would be awesome. I think what would really be kind of cool too is if they could fly a drone up here somewhere and just have it kind of looking up. I hate to say it, but looking up the clouds. It's kind of like a peeping Tom. I hear sirens behind you. Yep, they are sending out sirens again. Overheating the transmission lines. Yep. No, not you, Tom. You just sit back and enjoy the show. Yeah, peeping Tom. It's all good, Tom. Nothing to worry about. You're all good. You're safe. Yeah, for now. Anyway, let's leave Merapi, and of course it was happy. Actually, let's see, earlier we had one more time here. You can see they had switched the camera to the IR camera, and if we let that go, it really showed how bright that is up top there. And that is pretty wild. And then you can see the material moving downward. And of course, lots of clouds in the way, so that always causes some problems for them. Anyway, we'll leave Merapi, be happy, and we'll carry on with the next one. And I wanted to show you this lovely volcano. And we are now over in New Zealand. And yes, indeed, this is a very sugar-coated Ruapehu, Mount Ruapehu, as I got all kinds of nice new snow. Skiing season will pop in soon. Irish Monk, what kind of a fish were you delivering? He's probably got some wild shark again. I wonder what he does have for fish. I like fish. It's a secret 100 kilograms of a monkfish. Monkfish, huh? Anyway, that is Ruapehu in New Zealand. We don't see anything erupting from it, but it certainly does have a nice coating of snow on it, so very cool to see. Get it? It's cool to see. Boy, a tough crowd, snow and cold. Cool. All right, next thing to look at here. I know, comedian. We're going to look at the chart for Taupo. Thank you for the 5-minute warning, Tom. I'm going to refresh this one real quick, and we will click on that, make that a whole bunch bigger. There we go. And looks like Taupo is gone back to sleep. Things are quiet in New Zealand as far as Taupo is concerned, and that is pretty good. I had a bunch of state police, aka and the SWAT truck drive past my post yesterday. Is that right after you backed that trailer into the ditch there, Kim? Have no idea what was going on. Oh, okay. That's all cool. And yeah, we're all good. Anyway, that is the chart for Taupo. Okay, I got a pair of glasses and can see better now. Excellent, Philomena. That is awesome. And I have to wear glasses now too. I got old and my eyeballs, I needed them, apparently. Anyway, that is what we've got there, so we'll carry on. We'll take a look at this next one. Of course, this is the caldera of Taupo, is the entirety of the lake, and you can definitely see that is a large caldera. Ruapehu is way back there. You can actually see it today. That is that mountain, not this one in the front, but the one in the background, right behind those clouds. That is Mount Ruapehu back there. But Taupo, of course, is the caldera is the lake, and that is a much larger area. So very, very cool. Philomena, okay, I can see you. Yeah. Oh yeah, that we all get that way, and yeah, sometimes you have to. I don't have a CDL. I didn't do anything but point and laugh at the trailer. Ah, okay. Commercial driver's license. All right, and that's what they call them down there. Yeah, here we call them class 1s. And yeah, I gave up my class 1. It's too hard on my back. I couldn't take it. Anyway, this lovely shot, of course, is brought to you by our wonderful Sun Court Hotel and Conference Center in Taupo. And that is what you would see from your hotel room if you got that side of the hotel. Pretty awesome view. And no flea market today. Sorry. We'll get one on Saturday, I think. Next one up for bids is report on Yasur. And let's see if we can make that just a little. No, that's the wrong button. No, that's the wrong button too. I might have to just wing this. Okay, Yasur volcano, Vanuatu, Strombolian activity persists. And we know Yasur does that all the time. I should see if I can find those cameras again for Yasur. Anyway, that is the satellite image from Sentinel-2. And you can definitely see some hot glowing activity in the caldera there. It's Strombolian activity. It doesn't mean it's going to taste good there, Mr. Kim. And hey, that's not Yasur. That's somebody else. And that is Krakatoa. What are they doing here? And they're getting ready to have their Stromboli. All right. I don't know what that's all about. What a volcano is that? And they're awful close to something blasting. Anyway, we'll leave that. So the explosive activity at the volcano continues. Small to moderate near-frequent Strombolian eruptions continue to be produced, ejecting lava bombs landing inside the crater. Besides that, constant passive emissions of steam and gas venting continue. Satellite image from the 16th of March shows the ongoing glowing inner summit area and gas emissions hinting of a fresh juvenile magma and in the conduit. The juvenile magma, of course, is misbehaving all the time. Juveniles always do. Anyway, that's that. It is time for a break. There's one more peek at the shot from above, and I'm going to go take a break. So please don't go away. How could a bacon boil and not taste good? Oh boy, be careful with that, Kim. And Piggy is still in earshot. You might lose a kneecap. Anyway, put you back to some. Not that. How about this? That'll work. And it stopped. Do I have to restart it? No. And there it's. I'm trying. Yeah, come on, you can do it. Oh, there we go. It's working. All right, going to cost me a brown, brown 1 plus. What's costing your brown 1 plus? $100? I got to buy a new fishing license for the year. Oh, yeah, $100 or more. Going back to my inquiry, when you get back. Oh, I missed your inquiry. What were you actually asking? I'll try to answer now. I may have missed it. Any chance of us sending you to those locations, or someone you could prefer for live images with our support? It depends on where it is. We do have some people in different parts of the world that we do communicate with. Let's see, Irish Monk is in Ireland. Let's see, but he won't go anywhere anymore. Yvonne Kunkel, our resident volcanologist, she will be going back to Mount Etna in May, and let's see, around the globe. Well, hey, if you're willing to pay, I do accept. I do accept money. Would love to go to Indonesia, and that would be pretty cool. And film some of that stuff close up. Depending on where they are, of course. Indonesia, though, it would be one that is going right now. Unfortunately, by the time people get there, things could be over. Put some money in the nest while nobody is watching. Oh, Irish Monk. We didn't see that wonderful super chat from 1798. There we go. So I won't say a thing, Irish Monk. Thank you, and that is awesome. Stefan, I did go to over to Iceland when Frankadalfjall was doing his thing, and I was able to see that, so that was pretty cool, and that was partially funded by some of the viewers and that, but most of it was still out of my pocket for that trip. And unfortunately, Iceland is a very expensive place. Indonesia is cheaper, but costs more to get there, unfortunately. Anyway, I'm going to take that break, you guys. I got to do that. Otherwise, we're going to get in trouble here with the timekeepers. And don't go away. Keep smiling. I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. And don't go away. Thanks. Don't forget to hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And there we go. We've got the microphone back on, and awesome stuff. So I'm real cool. Glad everyone's still here and hanging in there. I see a couple of people went to get some sleep, which is absolutely fine. We are a worldwide stream, so that is to be expected. And thank you for the welcome back there, Kevin Haynes. And Sue was spinning around on the dance floor. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back as well. We got lucky. We did not need a step on the fox's tail. Yeah, it's a good thing you didn't step on that. That would have hurt. And thank you, Sharon Stewart, for the I Hear You, DrFox2000. I'll learn how to sing one day. Anyway, awesome. And we'll continue on with our wonderful adventure. So let's see what else we can find and bring on to the screens to make everyone happy and enjoy things. It's 2:16 a.m. in Ireland. Yes. It's one of those things where we've got people all around the world, Stefan, and I do see what you put there. Mechanical level 6, foreman workshop controller, 5 years, looking for adventures. And you know, volcanoes are absolutely a wonderful thing to get into and look at different adventures. We do like that. I mean, I did go to Iceland when Ragnar was going, and that was my very first active volcano, and I got fortunate to be able to get partially funded from our wonderful viewers here, as well as still costs quite a bit though getting in there. Speaking of Iceland, there's one now. Jona, welcome Jona. And Jona, of course, is one of those Icelandic people. Good to have you on board, Jona. It's awesome over there in Iceland. We still want another eruption, though. Irish Monk did say Askja is still about to erupt. Well, it was about to erupt a couple of years ago, and it's still about to erupt now, so we're still waiting. And keeping our fingers crossed. And our last, when I and the Monkus argued today, I said, I'm going to Iceland. You're going to go to Iceland? Yeah, actually, what our wonderful volcanologist Yvonne Kunkel last mentioned about the issues about Iceland, about Askja, is said most of that energy that was under Askja had moved under your favorite volcano there, Irish Monk, and that is Bardabunga. And I'm not sure where it's actually going to erupt now. If at all, we may see something happen on the Reykjanes Peninsula before that, so, and we'll see. And anyway, let's carry on with the show here. Next, volcanoes up for bids. I do believe it was Semeru, and I just want to see if Madame Roots has her stream running. No, she does not. No live for all. But let's have a look at what we've got going on at Semeru. Going to pause this canned lava here for a minute, and we will go over to Semeru and see. Oh, nice. It looks nice and cloudy there at Semeru. Let's take a look a little bit further back and see in time and see if we could see anything. Right about here is when the clouds were dissipated, and there you can see Semeru. Of course, it wasn't doing a heck of a lot right then and there. Let's see if we can find a spot where it was actually puffing a little bit. Oh, that was a pre-puff. Go back in a few seconds here and see if we can get it to pop at the right time, and kind of see if there was some lava coming out, and we'll see. And of course we're going to watch the top of the caldera, and I'll keep my mouse out of the way. Or sorry, hamster. And no, we really didn't see anything popping out of there. Nighttime views, of course, are better for that. If I go to the multi-screen there, you can see the bottom close-up cam there, and that is what we were seeing. And of course the seismic chart, you can see it definitely had some eruptive potential and activity. I was trying to see, there really, it's quietened down quite a bit at Semeru in the last little while. So pretty awesome though to see some of that. Sure, if I could turn back time. Yeah, if I could turn back time, I'd be happy too. There you can see a little bit more of an eruption on the bottom shot here. A little bit of a lava, and that is pretty awesome to see. And that was at 4:15 a.m. their time in Semeru. That, of course, is in East Java, and not the central area where our other Merapi is. So that is kind of what's going on there. That was glowing pretty good for a while there, so they must have had a pretty decent amount of magma come up and turn into lava magically. And yeah, moves sliders and screens. Yeah, you don't want to be too close. Yeah. Oh, hey Kim, there might be a truck coming. Let's see, Stefan says the volcano in Iceland really piqued my interest in Iceland, and when it happened I wanted to be a part of your team. Well, hey, you know, the next one, I will definitely look forward to seeing what we can do to get, oh, Yona, yeah, anyway, Stefan, yeah, we'll definitely be working on getting something together if we do see something happening on the Reykjanes Peninsula. I'm not so fond of the idea of Askja. That is out in the middle of nowhere. There is very little infrastructure, so it's a little tough. Anyway, I put here a memory of my mother who died yesterday morning. Yona, I'm so sorry to hear that, and I wish our best and sincerest condolences for you. And it's really heartbreaking to hear something like that. That is always a horrible thing. So on behalf of all of us here in the stream, our condolences to you, Yona. And it's always hard when you lose your mother, and terrible thing. So we do send our condolences, Yona, and from everyone here at the Lava family. You're late, too late? What do you mean I'm too late? Yeah, yeah, sorry to hear that, Yona, and yeah, that is horrible. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mentioned there, Irish monk, but I hope it was something nice. It's always bad when, you know, losing a mother is a horrible thing, and I know it creates hardships. I know mine is getting older as well. No, it's all good. Okay, well, Yona, if you don't mind me asking, how old was your mother? Just curious. How old was she when she passed away? Um, I know it's a tough tough things to ask sometimes, but I'm kind of curious. Um, she left the world with love. Uh, is what I said. Ah, okay. Thank you, Irish monk. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's always tragic, but we know it's part of the cycle of life, and it does happen. And there's unfortunately not much we can do to stop things. So hope you will be okay, Yona. And just remember, was I going to be 80 on the 24th of April? Okay. And yeah, that's a fair age, 79 or just about 80. Um, yeah, it's unfortunate that that happens, but when you get up there in those years, that is something that we do expect, and sooner or later, all of us will end up in that same scenario. So it is one of those things. So um, all I can say is our sincerest condolences, and all the best to you, Yona, and hope your memories are kept well, and that is the biggest thing is keep those memories in your mind and your heart, and you should be okay. All right. And remember, you've got a big lava family here, so we all love you. So make sure you know that. What? And I get no compassion at oh, yeah. Irish monk, you're one of a kind, and at 1197 years old. There's not too many of us that are immortal like you. So thank you for being here, and all awesome. Anyway, let's carry on with our wonderful volcano stream here. We did have a few more lava bursts coming out of Semeru, and just wanted to kind of show a couple more of those. There you can see on the bottom that we did have some good flow, but nothing really outrageous, and no huge plumes or anything like that. So Semeru being itself, doing its continuing popping, being active, and it is what we can see, right? I can't see any chant but rest in peace and prayers to you and your family, Yona. That should be all right. And Stefan says, God be with you, rest in peace. All the best to you, Yona, and your family. Hopefully everything will be okay. And we know it's a part of the big cycle of life. It continues. Anyway, let's carry on. I do want to pop over to our next volcano, and that is actually over in Japan, and Askia is quiet. Hold it. Actually, I missed something. I wanted to go back to that one for a second. I missed giving a report on something else here. Where did that go on me now? No, that one didn't have one. Okay, that didn't have an extra report, so we can leave that. We'll go over to our Japanese friends, and we'll see what we've got happening there, and have a look and see what we can come up with. It is a break time though for me, and there is the close-up view of our Sakurajima. If we back out a little bit, you can see what is going on there. We do see a little bit more steam smoking out of that third vent over on the side here, so pretty interesting. And let's see if we have an ice cream boat. Yep, ice cream boat is in. So for those people who want to go get an ice cream, just remember down the road down there, and at the lights you hang a left, and you go down there to get your ice cream. So that's where it is. And as far as Askja, we don't know what's going to happen at Askja, Yona. It's been kind of iffy. It's questionable to see what could be happening there. And it's been like that for the last 2 years. It's still on the edge of, will it blow up or will it not? And I'm kind of thinking that we need a little bit more energy there right now for it to blow. So that's my personal thought. But again, I'm not a volcanologist or a geologist. It's just my opinion, and my hypothesis is that we have that magma chamber in there, that it got up and filled up, and I got ready to pop, and basically the pressure went down. It's crystallized and added more layers to the top of the chambers, and making it harder for things to come out, so it's going to need a lot more energy to be able to erupt. That's what I feel. Anyway, let's put you back to the lava here. I am going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Yeah, calm down, Askja. Askja is calm, and that's the unfortunate part. Anyway, I will be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away, you guys. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And you're watching VolcanoX live stream. We'll be back soon. Here comes some music. And don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you're new sitting on the outside, please consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I will be back soon. Here comes some music. Thanks. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX, a live stream. Hey, easy on that dance floor. Too much of that flying around is going to get somebody hurt. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sue, and JB is here as well. Welcome, JB, and thank you. And I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000 by Sharon Stewart. Thanks, Sharon. I am not a good singer, so don't expect better than that out of me. I'm still hoping that you'll send me a recording. Oh, one of these days. It'll happen. It'll happen. Anyway, what a smoke coming off the Skechers. And that is a pretty nasty, smoky Skechers. Good enough. Yeah. Let's pause the lava, and we'll get back over to Japan. While everyone was on break, we did see the one ice cream boat left. The other one showed up, which was pretty awesome. Anyway, nice to see that, but let's go back to taking a look seriously at our wonderful volcano, and that is Sakurajima down just, this is Kagoshima over here, so we're looking at that area, and that is our close-up view. It's been relatively quiet and in the clouds for the most part, so we haven't seen all that much activity from it, other than what we were seeing earlier. And of course, there you can see the vents steaming, and of course, kind of a hug of a cloud over top of it because of the temperatures. I didn't see any lava in our nighttime escapades here, so I'm not going to worry about that right now. We'll move that along. We did have a look at the close-up area there, the close-up cam, and that cloud right now is sitting right over top of it. Unfortunately, 10:43 a.m. there in Japan, that's what we're seeing. So pretty cool, and we like it. I'm going to make that one smaller though, and the other ones here as well. And then we will get on to our next volcano, and we'll make that one bigger. This one, of course, is Suwanoshi-jima, down on its own little island there. And as you can see, it looks like there's quite a bit of off-gassing from that back caldera. And it was quite rainy and stormy there earlier, so I'm not sure exactly how much of that is actual stuff from the volcano versus what we're seeing from the rainstorm. But anyway, this is 7:24 a.m. It's hard to tell what's coming from where. And then during the night it was quite dark because of the inclement weather. So we'll leave Suwanoshi-jima be for right now. Next one, of course, is Aso, and Aso is still continuing to off-gas quite a bit, and unfortunately, hard to see. Their camera is dirty, and it's got spots, spotitis. Yeah, Stefan, please easy on the capital letters there, please. I know that probably wasn't on purpose, but yeah, do the lowercase if you can, please, Stefan. And but thank you. We do understand what you're saying there. And rest in peace, Yona's mum. And yeah, hopefully Yona's mum will be in the right place. Anyway, we do see that it is doing things. I hope everything is good there. Oh, you didn't need to retract it, Stefan. It's all right. We understand, and it's all good. Okay. it's just in the future if you can not do that. It's considered yelling, just so you understand that. So I try not to do that. But we got what you meant. All right. So no offense taken, and you didn't need to really retract it. Anyway, all good. C&D boy. You retract. Oh, you did that. Okay. You shouldn't have. All right. Yeah. Oh, I thought Stefan retracted it. Okay, a C&D boy. Yeah. It. We got the message, so it wasn't anything hateful or anything like that, and it wasn't done on purpose. So we're all good. Stefan, Yona will appreciate that. Okay, so and I hope Yona that your mom is resting peacefully. All right. So Subanosi Jima doing ASO doing its thing as usual. We will make that one smaller, and we will go to our next one of interest, and that is also in Japan. This is Asama. Asama volcano is becoming more active. We are seeing more of a plume come out all the time, and we are seeing a heavier off-gassing from it now, as you can see. So that will maybe be in Japan's next volcanically active volcano, really kicking up a fuss. And hopefully we'll see something happen. The only thing I don't like about this particular volcano, it is got a bunch of villages down around the bottom of the slopes as well. And that is one of the unfortunate parts. I don't believe that they have changed the rating on the volcano map as of yet. I don't think they did. Let me just have a quick peek here at there it is on the map. If we zoom in a little bit, I'm going to show you on the volcano map real quick where it actually is located. So Tokyo is right here. Okay, so you understand where that is. And Asama is right there. So if we zoom in a little bit, and we can see where it is. And there seems to be quite a bit of population right there. And this is Asama volcano. And that is the one that we are looking at, and it is a definite cone up top, and without, well, this one doesn't have any snow on it, but what I was saying there, if the lava flows down here, there are populated areas just at the bottom of the mountain here. Hopefully nothing will come out in that direction. And again, this direction as well, we do see that it is located in a populated area. We have a park area here, but it looks like there's all kinds of acreages there, and of course more of a town environment, and then a city over here. So that is in a very close proximity and very densely populated over here as well. So that is around the slopes of Asama volcano. On the other side here, not so bad, a little bit more open as far as farmers' fields and that, but still something to be considered, and that is kind of where Asama is. If we click on that, it should tell us, hang on, I will click on there. It is 8,425 feet in height, or 2,568 meters. And the last update, of course, was on here, was from August 14th, 2021. But that doesn't mean the last eruption. So That's kind of something I wanted to bring to a light, just so you get the idea of where it is. And it's here at what is it, Komoro. Komoro is one of the areas there, and then Saku down here is a little further away, and then at the other side, this is already over quite a ways, so that's already another volcano away. There's the other one. That whole area is full of volcanoes, though. That's something to understand, and they do have a lot of them in those areas. Anyway, that is what we're seeing. Definitely some off-gassing, and becoming more active all the time. So we are going to continue watching this one for sure. And as you can see, just since we were watching, we've seen the pluming coming up from this area. Now it's changed and moved over a little bit, coming up from a slightly different area. And don't know what's going to happen with it in the near future. And hopefully, it will subside and not do anything crazy and not cause any problems. I'm still not sure where this camera is looking from, which direction it's actually looking. It's hard to tell for right now, but we'll figure that out in the future. I maybe will ask ET if he can maybe figure out or be able to read some of that Japanese that they have there, to be able to get a little better idea of where that might be. Anyway, let's leave that be. So that is Japan for today, and we will leave that alone. And of course, the ice cream boat is still there, so you still have a chance to go down and get yourself an ice cream. And we will leave that be then for our wonderful volcanoes. And we will head over to our earthquake map. And let me get that on the screen. There we go. And of course, the earthquakes, the first one that everybody wants to see was that big one. And that is down here in Chile. Of course, we already mentioned it, a 6.3. And that is quite a size of a quake. It is just off shore. It's in the subduction zone. And Kananaskis country, welcome back. And anyway, they did have the other 3 quakes there as well. This one happened at 11:33 today, and the other ones are from 1603 is at 4.5. It would have been an aftershock. Same with that 4.2 from 1355, and this one here from 1226, and that is a 4.4. Not sure if that, well, it'd be an aftershock, but that's 23.3 kilometers down. The other ones are 10 and 11.6. So that gives you a pretty good idea of what we've got going on there. Let's start up though in our normal stuff. We'll get up to the Aleutian Islands first, and 4.3 at 2 station or close to it, and that was 12:47. It was their time, 38.5 kilometers down for that one. And that is out in the middle of nowhere, and that's okay. Tanaga Island still showing quite a few quakes, maybe not as many as yesterday, so I don't know if we're going to continue to see more quakes or if it's going to subside there, sliding over a bunch more. We take a look here, and this is Aniakchak, of course, no new quakes, so likely subsiding to a degree. And then, of course, zooming in here, this is a Trident volcano right in here. And then he's got some friends over on the left and right side. So the whole area seems to be a little bit on the shaky grounds. We do see some bigger ones here, 3.3 from today at 9:36, 65.7 kilometers down. And then we got a 2.0 there, fairly small. I'm not going to go through all of them. Another 2.0. So those are there in that area, just so we're aware of those. Sliding down a little bit more. We do see another quake down here, 3.3 in Ferndale, and things are shaking there again. 1817 is when this one happened, 17 kilometers down. The other one is a 2.2 from 1331, and that is 11.8 kilometers down. How deep was this one? 17 clicks. So Ferndale, and hopefully it's nobody's lost anything doing that. Going down a little bit more, down to Central America. Mexico had one. This one is actually not too far away from Acapulco. Let's see if I can find, yeah, it is actually very close. Acapulco right there. Yeah, so 4.6 and 9:46 a.m. 23.5 kilometers down. And boy, that is actually right there, and that is where it happened. So not that far away from it. That they would have definitely felt it over there. And let's switch that back to the satellite view, and we'll keep going. We do see another one. This is Venezuela or Colombia. That'd be right on the border, I think. I thought that is Venezuela already. No, that would be, yeah, that's still in, there's the border right there. So, yeah, that's definitely Colombia, 4.5, and that is 14 kilometers north of San Carlos in Colombia, 2:24 a.m. and 56.7 kilometers down for that guy. Back to the satellite view. We've already covered these ones here in the Chilean area off the coast. So we'll leave those be. Let's zip over and have a quick peek. There is New Zealand. I'm not seeing anything new in New Zealand. And nothing in Tonga region or the American Samoa. But we do see Fiji had a couple more here. This one was from 1833, 561.5 kilometers down for that guy. And the other one here is a 4.4 from 1455, 572 kilometers down. So both 4.4s, and that is pretty normal for that area, though, to shake a little bit. We don't see anything in Indonesia, and that is pretty awesome. And looks like even the Philippines were spared. We do have one here in Taiwan, 4.5, just off the coast of Taiwan, and that is from 1415, 10.7 kilometers down for that, 4.5. Japan had this 4.3 from Shingu, and that is out in the water as well, and 9:29 a.m., 408.5 kilometers down for it. We're not seeing anything out here in Iwo Jima or the other areas, so that's all good. We see this one, Kuril Island area, 4.5 from 1810, 35 kilometers down, and that's okay for there. It is break time, you guys, so what I'm going to do is let's just cover these other quakes here, and then we'll come back and do Hawaii after the break. So for right now, this is Tajikistan 4.1, 21:31 yesterday, 141.7 kilometers down for that 4.1. This other one is in Afghanistan, 4.2 from 13:18 today, 103.3 kilometers down for it. We do see nothing over in Turkey, but we do see this one off of the coast of Crete on the southern side. Of course, Piggy is over here on Kos, and this is here 4.5 from 1323, 10 kilometers down. Piggy did not feel that at all, so that is all okay. And this one here, 4.0 in Austria, and that is interesting. I haven't seen one there for a while. From 1426, and that was from 16.4 kilometers down. So actually getting one at the end of the Alps, and that is kind of weird. Like I say, I haven't seen a quake there for some time. We'll come back after the break. Oh, hang on, I want to see one more here, or two. 3.3 Virgin Islands from yesterday, 23:27, and the other one 3.2 Virgin Islands from today at 2:01. We'll maybe have a look at that in a different video coming up and down the road there. Anyway, we'll come back to Iceland, or sorry, to Hawaii, I mean, afterwards. So stick around. Speaking of Iceland, let's put you back on the lava and enjoy that while I take a quick break. And we'll finish off with the earthquakes, and then we'll get into our SO2 mapping and then our weather map. So stick around, you guys. Appreciate all of you. And don't go away. And I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button, help us out. And we are, of course, oh yeah, we need to do the volcano report. We'll do that one right after I finish with the earthquakes in Hawaii. We'll do the volcano report. And then we'll go do our weather stuff. Thanks, Sue, for reminding me. Boy, I get lost on these things. I gotta make myself like a real itinerary. What I gotta hit, when I gotta hit it. Anyway, don't go away. Keep smiling. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't done that yet. And I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Thanks. go. I've got that microphone back on. And we'll get over and do our wonderful earthquake stuff to finish Hawaii off right away. Thank you for the welcome back from Sue Hayes there. Thanks, Sue. And JB as well. Appreciate that, you guys. And let's get ourselves over to our earthquake map real quick. And there, of course, is our Hawaiian Islands. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. Something like that. Too much fun. Anyway, I keep looking at Oahu. And, you know, I drove all the way around there. All the way around. And then I drove across, right through the mountain. Yeah, for those who aren't familiar with that, I drove that highway and I went in there, came out here, and through the jungly areas. Actually, it's more jungly over here. It's wetter, and this is much wetter on that side of Oahu than it is over on the other side. It's a big noticeable difference when you go through that tunnel, and that is that's H3, Hawaii 3 highway, so just so you know. Anyway, I thought that was kind of cool. Getting back over to where we are, I don't want to get sidetracked. Oahu is lovely. Yep, and that is all awesome. Let's take a quick look. Not very many earthquakes happening there, and we do have this one here. 1.8 from 11:44. Of course, take off 3 hours from our time, or 3 hours off of their time to get to our time. Anyway, 34.8 kilometers down for that. Then we have a brand new one that happened not too long ago, Pahala area as well. And that was from 20:03 our time. So that is 17:03 Hawaii time. And that is from 30.2 kilometers down for him. Then we've got this one here, 2.4, 2:45 a.m., 32.3 kilometers down today. And then 2.1 from 17:58, 31.6 clicks down for that one. And the other one is a 1.7 from 7:25 a.m., 27.2 0.2 kilometers down. I'm sneezing or trying to keep it in. Anyway, that's it for Pahala. The other one that I seen over here was a 2.1 right near Kilauea, and that is interesting to see. Hopefully that is not an indicator of things to come. We'll see if that caldera collapses or does anything weird. Anyway, this is 400 meters above sea level. So that is interesting. 18:42 was the time on that. So that happened at about 3:42 in the afternoon. And not sure if they would have felt it in the area. I don't think it would have been felt very far. But that is it for Hawaii as far as that goes. So that's pretty cool. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you back here in Japan while I take a look at our wonderful volcano report while I read through that. This, of course, is Asama volcano in Japan. We showed you where that is. So let's read the volcano report if I don't sneeze again. Hopefully I won't. Anyway, 4 volcanoes from yesterday that had some activity, and we'll get through those fairly quick. Bezimiani and the Kamchatka Peninsula. I think I missed that one. We do need to go look at that. I think I had a little report on that, and that came in at 1822. We're going to show you that. Shivelish in the Kamchatka Peninsula as well, and not too far away from Bezimiani, had a volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 2,100 today, or yesterday, I should say. Popocatépetl volcanic ash emissions observed to 23,000 feet or 7,000 meters reported at 2130. And that is from last night. And then Fuego in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters at 2315. And that is it for last night. So we have 9 volcanoes on our list for today, for a Thursday. And of course, Shivelish, Kamchatka Peninsula, volcanic ash emissions at continuing to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 15 minutes after midnight, and then again at 12:15 at lunchtime. So that's what they've got there. Santiaguito in Guatemala, a separate report. We need to look at that. And the Yasur report. Boy, I'm missing all the reports. What the heck have I done here? How come I'm not reporting those? I need to go over those. I have them loaded up, and I even made sure I loaded them today. So we'll take a look here. Sabancaya in Peru. Unable to detect it at 5:30 in the morning. I did do a Santiaguito and a Yasur. Oh, I did too. And so I'm just missing Bezimiani then. All right. I'm losing my mind apparently. Sabancaya weren't able to detect it at 5:30 or 11:30, but they did report intermittent puffs emissions reported at 17:30 this afternoon. And I got to try to get this right. Reventador, Ecuador. Okay, Reventador. Reventador. Sorry, Sue. Reventador. Occasional volcanic ash emissions to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters reported at 6 a.m. and no report at noon. They all went on strike. Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters. Reventador. How about Reventador? Reventador? Yes, you got it. The Rentador. It's all fun. And yeah, I'm going to mispronounce things a whole bunch of times. I guarantee it. Here, there, and everywhere. It's all good, you guys. Nevado del Ruiz, of course, in Colombia, volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 7:15 a.m. Popocatépetl, central Mexico, of course, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 8 a.m. And Fuego in Guatemala, continuing volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters, reported at 10:15. And then Sangay, or is that Sangay, in Ecuador. Volcanic ash emissions observed to 19,000 feet, 5,800 meters, reported at 12 noon. Rent me a yo adore. There we go. Don't confuse him. I'm already confused. That's our volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. And yeah, it's always fun. It does, as I said to you on the phone, Sue, It only took me 2 years to figure out how to say Eyjafjallajökull. Give me a break on the other ones. It's okay. Some of the names are actually very, very difficult, and it's when you're trying to read them quickly, it happens. And Reventator, Reventador. It's to me, it is what it is. It's one of those things. Anyway, that is the volcano report. We did Hawaii's earthquakes. Let's take a look at our other wonderful map here, and that will be our SO2, and we'll get at that. And I certainly do stand corrected, though, if I mispronounce something. And I don't do it on purpose, you guys. It is one of those things, and if you ever see that, don't be offended by it. If you notice I'm saying it incorrectly, or you know a proper pronunciation for it, by all means speak up. I am not too proud to be corrected, okay? Just so you guys are aware of that. I wanted to go do the other one here, other report, before we get into this. And like I am a human being, just like the rest of us here. So I do make those mistakes. I'm not like one fish who's a fish. I am human. So you don't want to rent the door? No, JB, I'm not going to rent the door. Yeah. Anyway, where'd my report go? I just had it on the tip of my screen here. On the tip of my hamster. Bezimiani volcano, Kamchatka Peninsula, new eruption this morning. Elevated activity. So that is all good. And we learned something new too. There's a 2 pronunciation for Hermian. And you know what? OneFish26, Hermine isn't the correct pronunciation in Dutch by any means. They have a K in there somewhere when they pronounce it, and I have no idea how to actually pronounce it. But Hermione told me she's accepting the way I say it, so I'm going to continue to say it, and I think it works for us. At least everyone will see it on there and be able to go, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Now I know who he's talking to. Anyway, there's the lovely volcano puffing out some wondrous gas and stuff. I don't know who this other guy is over here, but that guy is puffing out some gas too. Sounds Hermian to me. Yep. Anyway, that is what we've got popping out. Pretty cool. Ash-rich explosion from the Bezimiani volcano this morning. And that's all good. And here's a bunch of lost people. They don't know where to go. Anyway, this is some other stuff. Let's not worry about that and not get confused by it. So let's read the report here. The activity at the volcano has gradually increased over the past few hours. New explosions appeared from the summit starting this early this morning, about 6:25 a.m. local time. In the local time Institute of Kvert reported. Okay. And the eruption sent a gray ash plume to nearly 13,000 feet, or 3,900 meters, and the altitude has extended to about 25 kilometers towards the northeast. Furthermore, according to the Kvert Observatory there is the likelihood of a new viscous lava block that is being squeezed out from the activity or actively a glowing lava dome, growing lava dome, sorry, not glowing, and appears to form a dome on top of the dome. Oh, so we got a dome on a dome. That'll make you have a dome. Maybe they should put a Reventador in there, and then they'll have a dome with a door. How about that? Okay, and that is that's all our volcanoes. Here's something else to look at. Actually, let's see if we can get a better picture of that. Nope. Darn it, I shouldn't have clicked it. This is the other one. That's a semi, and that's the one that I have such a hard time pronouncing. And of course, I don't even see it spelt right here, because they call it, they call it a semi-situ. Semi-sopochnoi. Semi-sopochnoi. And that is, you can see it is steaming and gassing as well. So that is pretty cool and pretty awesome. Okay, let's get over to our SO2 map, and we'll get that cooking and see where we've got all that SO2. Even though that volcano has popped, we don't see any really extra SO2 coming off of it. And that is actually kind of nice. So it looks like we've got more from the bottom area here than we do from the top. So it kind of makes you wonder. Anyway, looking a little bit cleaner up north, and kind of like that. We do see most of, a good portion of Alaska is pretty clear, as well as Northwest Territories, the Yukon, and Nunavut, and British Columbia looks pretty good too. Northern Alberta and southern Alberta not bad. Central Saskatchewan looking pretty good. We do see this kind of heavier streak going through there, but it's all okay. And over top of the Hudson's Bay here, we're still seeing quite a bit. Why are you retracting everything there, Mr. One Fish? One Fish 26, you're confusing me. Don't do that. I read your comments, now you're going to confuse me. Sue's got pretty good air there. Looks like most of the SO2 is up a little further north. And Labrador is not bad. Newfoundland, not bad. And of course, we do see the western portions of the United States looking not bad, going down into Mexico on the eastern side here. Sorry, distract you all. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a distraction trying to figure out what's going on. Comments are welcome. It's a distraction when people delete things, and I'm going, what did he delete? Why am I being distracted by that? Anyway, we do see the heavier SO2 around the Great Lakes and that from a people population. Same thing with the eastern coast here. And we do see the plumes from Mexico going up into Texas, and still the western portions of our wonderful, what do you call it? What do you call the Gulf of Mexico? The Gulf of Mexico. How about that? Stuff going into the Pacific from Central America, as well as from Colombia and that. It's fun, not distraction. One Fish. Oh, if he's driving a submarine, it's a distraction, especially when he opens the hatch. Oh, hang on, that wasn't him opening the hatch. Anyway, looking at this, still quite a big plume coming off of the industrial areas of Chile, and possibly there in bottom of Peru. But we don't see quite as much going into Argentina. We do have this little plume going across. That's not that bad. And then we see people stuff from Brazil, or sorry, from Rio de Janeiro area, that kind of thing. And looking over here, we see White Isle Volcano continuing to off-gas, most of that going out into the Pacific. Leo don't have a barbecue on today, that's for sure. And we are looking here. If you want to see a video of a Basmiani erupting, you can go to the volcano discovery to Volcano News. Oh yeah, I didn't actually show that little clip. I can drop the link for that. Give me a second. I'm going to drop the link for that. That would be nice of me to do that as soon as I find where the heck it went. Oh, hang on. I lost it. Oh no! Where did I do it? I got rid of it. We'll put that link in here. Copy. And I got it copied. Okay, and there's a little video on the bottom. I can't show that video. I did look at it, and I got a warning on my last one when I showed that. So we got to be very careful with what we do. And let's put that back in Alaska, minimize this, and put that, paste it. There we go. There you go. There's the little video link there for you. And we'll leave that on. And let's get back over to the other location here, and looking at what we see here. Tofua doing its thing. Yasur continuing on with its little activity. But it looks like we are seeing a heck of a lot more SO2 from Aoba and Agawa there in Vanuatu. Normal stuff for our guys there in Papua New Guinea, as well as Luolatok still off-gassing, Semaru doing its thing, Merapi in the middle here. Looks like most of that stuff kind of drifted over a little bit, so we're getting some of the Jakarta stuff over here as well. Krakatau, not that bad, even though it is erupting. And it looks pretty much okay over here from what is it, Currency and Marapi, and then Cinnabang still doing okay. Ibu and Dakono still working. We can see their playroom, of course, and that is there in the Indonesian area, and then of course the Philippines, and we have Mayon and Bulusan doing their thing, as well as Taal right in here, and the rest of the pollution is from the people of the Philippines. And let's see, we do a look at this here. We are seeing Taiwan is pretty normal, and not seeing as much coming from Suwanoshijima, and not seeing as much as what we did yesterday from Sakurajima. Aso as being fairly quiet, and then we get up here by Tokyo, and we take a look at that plume. Some of that I think is coming from our other friend, that is Asama. So that is that little bit heavier there. And that should be okay for there. Pretty normal in China, pretty normal in India. We do see the stuff down here kind of getting broken up from South Africa, and of course DR Congo area still continuing there. Urta Ale right about here, a little bit of a plume but nothing major. And the other ones here we see are of course from Saudi Arabia and those areas, Kuwait, and they are the oil refineries, and even Iran over there. Iran over there? No, I walked over there. Iran. And this one, of course, is from Mount Etna. And this would be coming from Stromboli. and Volcano. So that is good right there. How's a piggy doing in the east, Dr. Fox? What do you mean doing in the east? She is going, she's doing here. She's right there. She's still at home. I have no idea how she's doing. She probably went to sleep. That would be smart. Anyway, Iceland looks awesome. Nothing there. And we are seeing pretty clear in Spain, France, most of Germany, England, Ireland, and most of up north here. Everybody is looking pretty clear. So Denmark and Sweden and Norway and Finland, those areas. It happens. What? It happens. Okay. How's the weather? Her weather. We aren't on the weather yet. We are on the SO2 map. Please wait till we get to the weather map. Kananaskis country. That'll be coming up next after the break, and then we can have a look. How about that? So for right now, we're going to switch, and I'm going to go take a break. And so we'll leave you back on the lava, and we can take a look at the wonderful SO2 map, or sorry, the weather map after the break. If that makes sense to you. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. If you haven't hit that like button yet, please do consider hitting the like. Also, if you haven't yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. I got lost with everything. Okay, and no worries, Kananaskis country, just hang in there. We're going to do the weather map next, and then we'll show you Piggy's weather. But right now, it's time for a break, so all cool. Yep, don't go away. Keep smiling. I'll be back. Hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. I'll be back. And I am back. Yes, Paul Boone, and that's when it was from, last year, August 15th. And just check the date on that file. Canned lava, as we call it. Thank you for the welcome back, Sue, and welcome, Paul, and let's see, welcome back from JB as well, and Cananaska's country. Thank you. And all cool. So, yep, let's get back to our weather though, because we're going to do that whether we like it or not. There is a bunny eating. Thank you, One Fish 26. And I stopped that lava. I've got the power. Let's go over and take a look at the weather. And hopefully everything is working okay. I hear my computer revving up. I'm hoping I don't have too many darn windows open. Anyway, we do see Alaska, not bad weather. A little bit of a cold left in the top there. Nothing too serious. And most of the Yukon has warmed up. We do see that low sitting there as well. In the, I guess we'll call that the Alaskan corner, where the panhandle is. Anyway, British Columbia looks pretty darn warm today. Alberta not quite as warm as them. We got 7 degrees right now, or 8 or 9, depending on where you hold your hamster, in Vancouver. And of course, over on the rock where Bob C&D Boy is, he's only got about 6 or 7. Edmonton is at -2 right now. Calgary -3. Kananaska's country there in Swift Current is -9. And that is a lot colder than here. And as we carry on, Winnipeg -9 as well. And Judy M somewhere around -10 or so in her neck of the woods. We do see up here in the Hudson's Bay area quite cold. We do have that low up there. It is drawing in some warmer air actually from down south. We do see a cold front coming across and likely going to cause some snow for those guys. Looks like around the Great Lakes not quite as bad. We got -1 in Toronto, zooming in, seeing a -1 in London. Detroit coming in at about +3. Home of Tom and Pepper coming in at about 8. Wow, they got that warm air pushing up. And even Henry Nelson's place is about 2 degrees. Looking at -2 there from Montreal, -8 for Quebec, -10 and 11 up in the top portions of New Brunswick, getting down to the bottom. They are seeing some warmer temps at the bottom here, but not by much, -5 and 6. Cole Harbour coming in at -4. Looks like Halifax -3. So, yep. Looks like out in the peninsula is where the warm air is. You can zip out there, Sue. You can be at 0. And, we see most of Newfoundland about 3 or 4 degrees. Out here in the peninsula, looks like they've got some colder temperatures for a change on the Avalon Peninsula. Interesting. Warmer in the interior, colder out towards the coast. And you can see the cutoff line here for the warm temperatures. Anything on the other side of that in Quebec is very, very cold. Going over, having a look at Portland coming in at 7 degrees. San Jose down here coming in at about 9. LA 10 degrees, not very warm. Mexicali only 13 today. Las Vegas coming in at 7. I think you better put on a jacket if you're going to Death Valley, 16 degrees. And that is a little on the cool side. We see that cold crept back down the Baja. It's trying to beat everybody. And 15 in Phoenix right now. That is about 60 degrees roughly Fahrenheit. We got 12 in Tucson. Albuquerque and coming in at 10 degrees. Looking down in the bottom end of Texas, 22, 23, 24 at the most. San Antonio 23 right now, 22 in Houston, Austin coming in at about 22 Celsius, and Dallas about 21. That's not so bad. Oklahoma City coming in at 18. That is not bad. Little Rock, Arkansas making it to 20 degrees, about 68 Fahrenheit. Almost there for New Orleans, just about. They're just shy of that. 23 there in Miami, and we move up to Jacksonville, seeing 17 degrees. Aloha, Kathy, and 15 degrees there in Atlanta, so that is not so bad. Charlotte, North Carolina, 12 degrees. Grandma B's house coming in at 10 or 50 Fahrenheit. And we are seeing a 9 there in Virginia Beach, a little bit cooler. Going up to Philadelphia, only 3. Brr, we're getting colder. 2 in New York. Boston coming in at 1. Oh my God, they're getting cold again. I thought spring is coming. 25 in Cancun, and we see the interior of the Yucatan Peninsula very warm here, up to 30 degrees in some spots. Mexico City coming in at about 17, and we do see the lower elevations here. They've got some beautiful temperatures up to about 32 degrees Celsius. Mazatlan about 21 right now, and Acapulco, about where the Shakers are, 27 degrees right there. Looking at the rest of the areas here, we are seeing some pretty good temperatures in Central America, with up to about 30 degrees. A little bit warmer, no, about 29 to 30 degrees in most of the hot spots there in Colombia, and then you get, of course, up the river valleys and that warm, but in the higher elevations going to be colder. 25 in the lower areas there, and 27 to 29 degrees in the higher the really low stuff. This is a kind of open country here. Open jungle, I should say, not open country. And seeing 29 to 30 degrees there in most of Venezuela. Some of the other spots there are a little bit cooler, but nothing too serious. And looks like 25, 26 in our most of Ecuador. Peru, 25 degrees for the most part in the back end here. The mountains, of course, are making it colder. We see most of Brazil holding in at some comfortable temperatures. The higher elevations a little cooler. Rio de Janeiro, 24 right now. Sao Paulo, about 21. And looking at Paraguay, a little bit warmer, 26, 27, and the northern portions at 23, 24 on the southern side. And Argentina looking at about, well, they've cooled off quite a bit, 26, 27 up in the north there. Buenos Aires coming in at about 20 degrees. Paysandú is only at 21. We are seeing about 17 out by the coast here for those people there in Uruguay. And we can see where the cutoff line is here for the heat. So definitely the seasons have changed, and there's a high keeping it cold for them, and the bottom end, of course, of Chile and that, very cold. Got about, what is it, depending on where you hold your hamster, 18 degrees or so there in San Diego. And then we take a look at what we've got. And looks a little warmer there today. In New Zealand, 16 degrees in Christchurch, bottom end all the way up to 17, 18, which is a lot better than what they had yesterday. We are still seeing some colder stuff up in the higher elevations, so and looks like better than yesterday for sure. 17 in Wellington, and going along the coast here. The further north you go, the warmer it gets, I think, and for the most part, 23 looks like a nice area over here. And Taupo coming in at about 17 right now. And zooming back out and taking a look at what we got in Auckland, about 17. Up a little bit further on the peninsula, we have 20 degrees in some places, 19, 20, so not too bad. Tasmania's got a mixed bag of temperatures. Hobart only 12 or 13 right now. We got about 17 in what is it? Launceston, if I said that right. Anyway, it looks like colder temps in the higher elevations. And Melbourne, Leo's Place coming in at about 18 degrees. Adelaide coming in at about 19. Sydney is 23, 24. Not so hot in the bottom end. We do go up to Ausland and 27 degrees in Brisbane right now. That's not bad for our wonderful Oz. And we see 34, 35s in the outback there. Let's see if it's getting any warmer. 37 in this area. So, yep, some good temperatures up there. 37 is probably the highest we're going to see. Perth only 20 today, so a little bit easier. And let's see what we have in the other places. Still seeing 28, 29 there in Fiji. Same thing with from 27 to about 29 in New Caledonia. Same thing goes for Vanuatu. Higher temps around the lower areas of Papua New Guinea, up to 32 degrees in some spots. Out in the islands a little bit more comfortable with 28, 29. Eastern Indonesia up to 31, 32 on the bottom end here. Yeah, some isolated spots that are 32. So not bad temperatures. We see Herman is still floating out here, and I wonder if Herman is Freddy's replacement. We are seeing Java got 28, 29 degrees for most of it, 26 in some spots. A little cooler there in Sumatra, but not by much from the looks of things. The rest of our Malaysian, Indonesian areas about the same temperatures. Looking at Bangkok coming in at 32 degrees right now. Awesome. That's 90 Fahrenheit. Wow. 32, 33 in Manila as well. Not quite as warm there in the northern portions of Taiwan, the southern side, 27, 28, and that is the highest we've seen it for a while. Looks like Japan is starting to warm back up again, and Kagoshima 16 right now. That's not that warm though. We see the western side here up to about 20 degrees. Tokyo coming in at a wonderful 17, and that is not so bad. And Sapporo, where all that snow comes from, is about 13 or 12 degrees. Looking up on the Kamchatka Peninsula, they are mostly above freezing, and that is incredible. And we do still see some of the higher elevations, of course, going to be colder. And going over here, they're having a heat wave in Sri Lanka. It's up by about a degree and or two, and that is a heat wave for them. We are seeing warmer temperatures in India, 18 there in Delhi. Going over to our wonderful Madagascar, we see 23 to about 27 degrees there, and pretty normal. Cape Town, 16, 15, something like that. A little cool, but it's okay. Southern Central Africa, not bad. The desert areas are starting to warm up again. Well, trying to. You got to remember it's nighttime temperatures there now, so those were going to be lower. But I don't know. Some of the places still looking pretty cold. Like UAE here, down to 16 degrees in some spots. That's not that warm for them, and they normally have warmer temperatures for around this time of the year. And the same thing goes, well, actually Yemen isn't looking too bad, but Oman, it's not very good in Oman. Saudi Arabia starting to warm up again. Riyadh about 21. Ooh, looks like Egypt is freezing once again, and very cold there. 9 degrees in Cairo. Looks like Libya too, and not very warm. Still seeing that cold up in the top of Algeria as well as Tunisia, and some cold in the higher elevations, of course, in Morocco. And let's take a look at Turkey, see how come Turkey is so cold. For this time of year, Turkey should be warmer. And Malatya, what is it? Malatya, there we go, -5 right now. That is incredibly cold, and that whole area is showing a -5, 7, 8, 9. Not that warm. 4 in Adana. That is very cold for them. We do see -14, 15 up in the higher elevations. Wow, that is cold. And let's get to Piggy's house. Piggy is coming in about 13, it says here, but 11 is what Sue brought up. Thank you, Sue. That's a little bit of a difference in a temp, but hopefully it's okay. Athens showing 9 degrees. And then over here in Sicily, we see a Redanzo coming in at about a 10, 9 or 10. I would accept that. That's all good. And going up to Naples, we are seeing about 13 there. Rome up at 11, and let's see, Milano coming in at about 11 as well. Moving over a little bit more, looking at what we've got in Madrid, 13, Lisbon coming in at about 16, Aurelio's house only a 10, and we see they are getting that warmth starting to push in more and more, so wonderful to see that. And Nantes, Tanto's home, coming in at 11 degrees, Paris coming in at 12, Munich coming in at 8, and Frankfurt at 10, Cologne coming in at 11, Yvonne Kunkel's house 10, and Brussels coming in at 11, Luxembourg 9 degrees for the most part, and Amsterdam about 10 as well. Berlin coming in at 8, Hamburg coming in at 10, and get up here to Copenhagen, we see is 7 degrees. Aarhus up at 8, quick peek up into Oslo, -2, Stockholm -2, St. Petersburg -4, and Moscow up -1. Quick look at London at 11 degrees. Looks like they've got a storm system sitting there in Wales. That warmer air being drawn in by that low. So that is interesting. Leeds is about 8. Glasgow coming in at 7. Aberdeen about 6. And we see Dublin about 9 degrees. Irish Monk's house. Thor, where's Thor? Right, Sharon, that was what I had promised. 9 degrees. Welcome, Thor. 9 over there in Doolin. And let's take a look at Reykjavik real quick and see what we've got there. It says 3 degrees. And that comes up as a 4, so 3 or 4, yeah, I can buy that. That's a little bit off, but looks like that warmer air is finally getting up there into Iceland, and that is going to help warm them up just a little bit. You can see that Gulf Stream is getting into Europe again, and that warmer air will help, and hopefully that'll be okay. For right now, though, it is time for another quick break, and then we will get back to the weather. We will take a look at the precipitation, Of that, I'm sure, JB. What happened, Thor? You'll be so busy with your grandchildren that it will seem like a new full-time job. Yep, you're going to have a new full-time job. And Thor, yeah, hopefully you'll have a wonderful time there. Yeah, it's a big change going from working. Sad day, I was saying goodbye to a few of my favorite places to stop for a rest and food, and even I got a lunch box for free, and now I headed to Denmark to unload the last load. Wow. And yeah, I can still do small loads here in Denmark. So yeah, hey, why don't you keep yourself a little bit busy, Thor, and do exactly that, and don't give up on it just yet. That'll keep you going, unless you got something else in mind that you want to do. And anyway, I'm gonna take a few minutes. Don't go away, guys. Keep smiling. I just want to see how much lava I've got left in this can of lava. Hopefully my can has something in it yet. Yep, we got enough to keep going, and that will be okay. Keep smiling, you guys, and hit the like buttons if you haven't hit the like yet. Help us out. We're still trying to hit that 100 mark. And of course, if you haven't subscribed yet, consider doing that as well. I'm going to take a break. I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. As Sue says, last dance tonight. You bet. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And we are getting back over to our wonderful weather. So I am going to stop our canned lava once again. And we'll see what we can do to pause that. There we go. And we'll get over to our weather map and take a look at that precipitation that we were going to have a peek at. Looks like snow on the Bering Straits, and thank you for the welcome back, Sue. And I hear you, Dr. Fox. I should sing that. Hang on. I hear you, Dr. Fox 2000. There, that's Sharon Stewart singing. Thanks, Kananaskis country, and welcome back. I'm back too. Excellent, Thor, and glad to have you on board, and hopefully you'll have more time for the stream. LOL Doc Lavely, oh, thank you. I know, it is interesting. Anyway, as I said, snow here in the Bering Strait. So hopefully they'll catch me some good Alaskan king crab. And we see that we are getting that low that's sitting up here in the corner of the Alaskan Panhandle and hitting the Queen Charlotte Islands as well, giving them the rain that they always have. That is one of Canada's rainforests right there, Queen Charlotte Islands. Anyway, lots of rain up in the rest of that area. I'm sure this is pretty normal for them. And northern British Columbia, Alberta, and a little bit up here in the Northwest Territories, they've got some snow. No snow forecast for Edmonton for a while. Nothing down in Vancouver. Looking quickly across Canada, we do see up here Hudson's Bay has a low twirling around, and that is drawing all that weather upward. Another low sitting here on the northern tips of New Brunswick. Hang on, where's that line? Where's that thing? It's actually in Quebec. Never mind New Brunswick, but they're getting some snow too. Hope it's not snowing at your place, Sue. We do see they are getting some snow in PEI and those places as well. That system being pulled up there slowly. And not so bad out there. No rain. Okay. That's not so bad. We do see some stuff in Washington and Oregon and going all the way down into California, some isolated spots. Same thing goes where down in Nevada and Arizona, and of course here in Idaho, as well as Montana, and right in the wonderful Yellowstone area. Well, Yellowstone is right there, but most of it is all around, so looking pretty cool. And looks like the weather out here in western Colorado, Lizoid is getting more snow maybe. Isolated storms, and looks like something in Nebraska, and a little bit in Iowa as well, but we do see some nasty stuff here in Minnesota and that area. Some Great Lake effect style ice rain and all kinds of snow and everything mixed together, going all the way over to Detroit. And here we see in Arkansas and Kansas and those states, Missouri, getting some nasty stuff there, a storm in the middle. Not bad here in Florida. We do see a little bit down in Miami and the Keys perhaps, but not bad. Otherwise, Central America is a pretty normal. Amazon rainforest to be expected, and that is a pretty normal weather for them. A lot less in the southern portions of Brazil, and looks like not as much there in Bolivia. Paraguay is dry. A little bit there in Uruguay. Nothing at Paysandú, and nothing at Buenos Aires, but it is raining right outside of Rio de Janeiro. So they are getting something, and looks like not bad, even though it's very cold down there in Chile. It's not too bad. And New Zealand right now looks like fairly dry. They got that high sitting on top of them. That's helping, and that is not bad for there. Some rain in Tasmania, and Melbourne. Leo is getting his barbecue wet. Adelaide may just be out of the rain, so not bad. Sydney, nothing, nice and clear. Brisbane looks like our wonderful Oz can go suntanning. And let's go look at the other side, though. Perth is getting nailed, and we do see some rain in the interior here, so covering a larger area. That is okay for them, though. Looks like most of the areas here of Tonga will be okay. We do see that storm moving out a little bit. I don't know if that's still getting into our American Samoa Islands and those places. A little bit of rain in Fiji, nothing too bad though. Same thing with northern islands of Vanuatu. And then we get over into Papua New Guinea. Yep, it starts to pour, and we got all kinds of rain all over the place in different places here. Very stormy. Java's got a bunch. Sumatra's got a bunch, and the Philippines, bottom end more so, but looks like possibly some rain very close to Manila as well. Taal volcano getting wet right now, and we slide up a little bit more. Look at Japan. Looks like Taiwan's got some rain up in the north, and bottom end of Japan getting soaked as well. Those Japanese islands, as well as over in Kagoshima. Tokyo, no rain right now, but we get all the way up to the northern island. Sapporo is dry, but they've got some snow happening in the higher elevations. Some ice rain out in the water. Nothing in Kamchatka Peninsula. And the seasonal rains are starting there in India. Looks like it's not bad though for Sri Lanka. And the bottom half of India is a little bit drier. Not so bad for Madagascar right now. We do see over here bottom end of Mozambique, and getting into South Africa, possibly even in Johannesburg, getting pretty wet. Some big storms in Central Africa here, and that is not surprising. And then looks dry in the Sahara Desert. Dry in Oman and UAE, and most of Yemen, just a little bit here in the Strait, and then a little bit of moisture coming down in Saudi Arabia. Looks like Iraq up in the northern portions is getting some rain, and then of course Turkey getting some snow because it is so cold there. Piggy's house is not bad. She's got no rain right now. And looks like Italy is pretty dry. Most of Spain is dry. Again, same thing as what we had yesterday. Northwestern sides of Portugal and Spain are getting a little bit of moisture. France, not bad until you get up to the Channel, and we see a lot of stuff going on there. And then, of course, in through, looks like Switzerland is getting nailed, and the Alps have got some snow, and Germany has got a bunch of rain. Luxembourg has got rain. We got rain in Belgium, rain in Holland, And northern Germany's got some rain as well, and looks like Copenhagen is getting wet as well, and we see that happening there, as well as up on the very northern tip. And looking at Norway, yeah, south end of Norway, getting some snow and rain mix. Same thing with Sweden, and then not so bad on the southern portions of Finland, but up in the north, wow, major storms are pushing into the northern end of Norway, and that is getting into Finland as well as a little bit into Sweden. And looks like a good day to be a duck if you're in England. Looks like London's getting some of that low sitting right on top of the tip of Wales, the western tip, stirring all that cold air right into England, and making the moisture show up real good. Not so much rain up in Scotland, but Wales and the rest of England getting most of it. And of course, looking at what we've got here, let's see, Doolin, I don't know if they're getting any rain or not. Well, let me see. Where's Doolin? Duelberg? No, where's Doolin? Doolin is in the dry right now, so they're lucky, but the rest of the area there is getting a bunch of water. Looks like Northern Ireland getting nailed as well. And oh boy, don't go to Iceland if you want to stay dry. Looks like snow along the south and east coastlines, all the way in to pretty much two-thirds of Iceland is getting snow and rain, and ice rain in some spots as well. That is kind of what we see, and a little bit there in, of course, in Greenland. Go figure, eh? Snow in Greenland? It's going to turn it all white again. Let's get to the temperatures, and we'll do them real quick because I'm getting very hungry, and this show has run late, and we need to make this real fast. So I'm going to hunt very, very quickly for cold temps, and we'll see what we can come up with. It doesn't look quite as cold today there in Antarctica. I see a minus 53 or 63. I seen a 64 in there for a second there. Do we see a 65? Yep, I have a minus 65 right there on the screen. Do we have a minus 66? I don't see a minus 66. I see a 63. 63, 62, 64, 60. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to live with that. 65. And yeah, I'm not seeing it there. So minus 65 degrees Celsius there in Iceland. Let's take a look and see what Greenland has in store for us today. Greenland should be nice and warm, all right. Minus 48 already, right in there, and that is a pretty chilly. Minus, there's a minus 49. Do we have a minus 50? Greenland, a minus 49 for sure. And looking. I'm almost going to live with a minus 49 degrees for right now because I do want to end the stream pretty quick. So a minus 49 for Greenland. Let's see what we can find for our Canadian Arctic. And I think we'll have to find it in here because it doesn't look that cold anywhere there. And yeah, let's see, a minus 36 so far. Minus 36. Let's zoom in a little closer. Minus 36. 36. Yeah. 36, 36. Looks like all minus 36s. Let's see if we go up north a little bit more. Do we have anything? Oh, there's a minus 38. Already, all right. Minus 38. For sure, minus 38. And I don't see anything colder right there. Minus 36. No, that ain't gonna work. Minus 36. Nope. Let's zoom out here and look for the magic spots here. Well, here's a 1. Minus 36. No, that ain't gonna work. What about in here? Minus 35. Nope. Over here. Minus 36. Okay, and we've got minus 38. We need something colder. What about in here? Minus 32. That's definitely not colder. Oh, how about up in this spot? Minus 35. There's 37 again. And 35, 38. Oh, there's a minus 39. Alrighty, I've got a minus 39. Do we have a minus 40? Minus 39 is all I can find. Okay. Any other possibilities? 36, 37 there. Hang on, that's a Greenland. I can't go over there. Okay, I'm gonna call it as a minus 39 for our wonderful Canadian Arctic. So I will leave that be. And let's take a look and see what we've got in Russia for cold temps. And Russia looks pretty pink to me, and looks like really warm there. What happened? We have a minus 35. Oh, I see a minus 36 right there. So a minus 36 so far. Do we have anything colder? I don't think so. I'm thinking we don't. That looks warmer over there. Couple of spots with some cold in here. Minus 35. Let's zoom in and just take a look here in case there's something colder hiding there. Minus 50 maybe. No. Okay, we had a minus 36 as our cold so far. And I don't believe we're going to see anything colder. Let's take a look. We will see. What about right there? Minus 35. No, that ain't gonna do it. Looking at the map. Isolated spots. Nope, minus 32. Yeah, I think we're gonna leave it as that. So minus 36 in the Canadian, the Russian north. And let's leave it as that. I'm gonna wrap up the game. And it's a tie. Wow, that is awesome. And thank you, Sharon Stewart, and for keeping a score. And thank you, Sue, for not burying me today. That is really awesome. Thank you very kindly. And that is nice to have that good stuff going on. So, windy.com, I forgot I took that one off of there. Anyway, that is it for today's stream, you guys. And we will leave that be. I'm going to put this back on our wonderful canned lava, and we'll finish her off. So, thank you everyone for being here today. I really do appreciate it. It's been an awesome stream. And a big thank you to all of you. I see we made it up to 90 likes. If anyone else hasn't hit that like button yet, please give it a quick bop and help us out. Want to say a big thank you first off to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, and a C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields. Thank you guys, and appreciate the moderators. All of you guys do a wonderful job. And big thank you also to Sue for helping out with sending the volcano report and stuff. That is always awesome. And a big thank you to our wonderful super chatters and gifters. And we'll start out by saying thank you to the super chatters, Irish Monk, and Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, Barbara, and Piggy, and Irish Monk again. Thank you very kindly. And also Barbara, the Dinkle Storm Chaser, Dutch Weather, Barbara for the one gift there, and Irish Monk for the 5-pack of gifts, gift memberships. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate that. And thank you very kindly for throwing those in. It really does help out and support the stream, and it does have its value. So thank you very kindly. Really do appreciate it. On those friendly notes, it is a time to wrap it up, and I'm going to kind of cut it short and say thanks everyone. Be good, be kind, take care of yourself. Thor, if of course this is your last work day, consider at least taking some local loads if you can, and wean down slowly, and that way you don't go cold turkey. It's always tough to do it all in one shot, so keep at it for a little while there. And the rest of you, I want to say again, thank you everyone for being here. Really do appreciate that, all of you. And of course, today is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, so we get to look forward to our weekend stream. Be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and please, the way I always end up with the end of the stream is with a very sincere statement. Please, please, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Everyone, take care, and we'll see you all tomorrow. A good night, and oink oink.